Good morning. How's it going, Corbett? How's it going, Liz? Oh. I need to, open up my, Liz has just started her workday, so so now is pleased to have listen. Yeah. Let's see. Turn this. Trying to find. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need these. I think my Discord is fucking yeeted. Won't open. I can't open my Discord. Just fucking... Yeah, I might have to. Hey, do you guys want a sneak peek at the web, or at the class symbol art? Pretty cool. Why the fuck is my Discord not? Discord. Let's try the web version. Was up for a sneak peek. I just have to go over to the Monsters and Memories thing and go to the live stream. What? Was that yesterday or today? It was yesterday. Alright. Okay, good. Alright, now everybody should be... Alright, and now I'm going to change this. Can you guys hear the music all fine? Why? What did you do? Yeah. Probably. Okay. You can hear music? Good. Let me know if it's too loud, all that. Whoa. Intense. Alright. For an ad block. You hear Valheim music? What the fuck? Fight me, my bandits. Ah, god damn it. Every single time I do this, I think I'm ready, and then all of a sudden, my oh, you have that makes sense. I was like, I'm not getting anything like that. Why is my mouse like that? Alright, I need to restart my computer here. Not my whole computer, restart. I had to restart my Wacom drivers because they break every 2 seconds, and then I need to open up Photoshop because the pen pressure doesn't work with... Oh, Riddicker, you're streaming. That makes sense. Okay, what the... Why is my... cursor? Cursor settings. No, I want to actually open my cursor settings. Additional mouse settings. Additional mouse options. Pointers. There we go. Back to my little goblin thing. The music is a bit strong. That's what I was looking for. Dark Elf. What I wanted to start with. Just a quick sketch before I get to work. Before I get to actual work. What are you guys on about? Why would the deep elves ride owls? Lizardfolk having a raptor tracks. I like that. It could be that a salamander is the. I don't know who fucking decided that this track needed like a minute of silence between all tracks, but it sucks. I was going the Komodo dragon route. And then changing up the head a bit. I'm currently invested a little bit into Goblin Spider Riders, but who knows? Let's take a look at this Komodo dragon. Looking so sick. Yeah, see, this track has like just full minutes of silence in between anything. And nobody in the... Why is there a minute gap in between songs? Alright, well, rip this. We're gonna go listen to... I wonder. No, I don't want that. What if I got it like... well, this is interesting. What about like... Oh, that's lame. Web sacks for their loot? Pack spider would be fine enough. Maybe, yeah. I haven't really played much since my epic Griffin adventure, which I haven't told stream about. Excuse me for sneezing. I could not get to the mute button. So, okay, this might be. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Fucking Pokemon Orchestral is bomb. Whoever did this, I'm impressed. This is just the. Someone did like an orchestral mix of the Pokemon music. and I'm listening to that now because it's pretty good. Sorry, I'm just thinking. I'm just doing some back and forth with some of the on some direction on things like this. Okay, let's see what we can do about this. Oh, well, this could work. Alright. So, let's take this. Get rid of the head. So I do like that. One, yeah, look at. Maybe like the fucking like Japanese salamander where their eyes are like nothing. Look like have like a fucking like they're a dinosaur almost. Especially if we trying to look at some of the references for these Japanese salamanders. Alright, okay. So maybe something like this. I have to there's this element of like ancient like lizard that I think is hit really well with like these giant salamanders, Japanese salamanders. And so I just need to figure out what else works for them. Like, look at this. I'm gonna find a... Maybe I'll find a video on it. But look at that. I think that's its eye. I want to find a video on it so I can understand it a bit better. If anybody that is a mod is watching, please get rid of that. Currently trying to do multiple things. I think first is on the is in the stream. I'm trying to like there's a screw loose on this thing, and I'm trying to everybody knows that this is let me get rid of this. Alright. That's number 2, so yeah, there's a screw loose on my there's like a underhang on my desk that the keyboard sits on, and there's a screw loose on the left side, and so I'm just like trying to trying to screw it in with my hand while I'm also trying to find some video reference. Of this giant.
Meet the Japanese gained salamander, one of the largest salamanders.
Jesus. Look at this.
The kappa. It's a creature known locally as the Hanzaki, and I think I'm just about to come face to face with it. I have caught a Hanzaki, better known as the giant Japanese salamander, one of the largest salamanders in the world.
He's like, oh no. Meanwhile, what the fuck? He's grabbing it by its giant tail? Yeah, of course. It doesn't know that you don't fucking mean it no harm. Mongoose lizard looks pretty cool.
At home on land as they are in the water. Pretty soon.
Dargon, that's not nice. This video was made 8 years ago. That means that he's probably essentially Steve Irwin's replacement.
He calms down. That is a Hanzaki noodled. And I'm very pleased that even with my gloves on, my hands stayed away from that mouth. He wasn't too amused by the fact that he was just pulled out of his hole like that.
Okay.
But this, I think, is the creature I've been after.
Fuck you.
Looks a bit like a fish, but he's got hands.
Oh.
Mr. Toshimoto is monitoring the health of the Hanzaki.
Oh my god. Fucking. Alright, okay. Let's get this show on the road. So I've done a little research. Hey, Fielder. Sorry, okay. I'm finally, like, alive. This makes it look derpy. If we do this, this head has to be much larger. And we need to make this guy... I don't know, I kind of like this guy. So this guy is cool as hell. Is there a way to merge the two? Jail. I just want a cool lizard head. It doesn't feel wrong, but also feels iconically lizard. And I know I don't want too big of eyes, I think. Fucking honestly, if they were even blind, wrong about this shape? Oh, it just looks like an old man. There's also this, because what I could do also is like a, oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Bringing the eyes really forward. Makes him kind of look like a snake. Fuck. I gotta undo just fucking everything that I just did. This needs to fucking feel right. Okay, so let's. What about? I'm gonna have. No. Oh, absolutely not. I'm gonna look at a snake head. There's a part of me that has been leaning towards snake for a while, or like thinking about it. Like at one point, I even wanted to do like a. Oh, that's nasty. At one point, I even wanted to do something like this. Just because I think it's badass. But then I thought, okay, well, that means that an ogre, if these guys are like that tall, actually fit on him, right? And then the ogre is like this tall, right? I'm thinking, okay, how fucking giant is this thing? I mean, anacondas feel slow and they still have the vibe, right? That's not my main issue. My main issue is like, okay, what are we doing with all this? That's just gonna clip into fucking anything and everything, right? And we're not gonna spend a bunch of time making sure that we have like a literal snake like simulation or whatever. Unless what you could do is, you know, just make sure that when you're like, it's just essentially like a coiling. I think there's like this like method that snakes can do that they can keep this up and just coil here. And so this would be the only thing that like really, it wouldn't change, it wouldn't get longer or shorter. It would be pretty cool, but also you're way up here. That makes no sense. It's too big of a mount. At least to be a base mount, right? Where only these, like, you know, at least to be a base mount, it's way too big. What's wrong with the bigger mount? I think that it might be not great to have normal mounts just be these giant things. But I might be wrong, and if it's super cool, Goobs Goober. Reply. No. But I can't. But if you get enough gold, you can use that or pay me with gold. That's the way to handle it. Alright, this is a variation. The Cobra thing. An easy variation. %90 of mounts being normal size seems, but having a few tall mounts I don't see the issue with, as long as it's befitting to the game world. Just my 2 cents. No, I haven't been watching much of his stream. I'm usually sleeping by then. My fucking schedule is a mess. You have to understand that. Sometimes I'm alive at the right time of day. Sometimes I'm fucking... I start a stream at like 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. I've seen some of the stuff that Zukin has posted in the Slack though. Alright, so this is taking a little bit of the talk about it. I think this is a good base, right? If we ever wanted to do some cool shit like this, right? Or if we ever wanted to do stuff like this. Or if we ever wanted to just change the head in general. Alright, so now that I've gotten this, I need to adjust, I think, the actual... the legs and feet to match. No, not that. Not like that. No, I don't think so. If we do something like that, I mean, it won't be customization the way that it'll be probably like a... I don't think we talked about it at all, so anything that I say is just fucking... What I'd imagine would be the simplest answer would be that you'd buy a new mount. No worries. That's my understanding. I mean, I don't think we have not looked into any like modularity or anything that I know of for mounts. Mounts have been a non-talk issue. That's news to me. I've not heard of any mount talk, but not Mr. Potato mounts. Okay. Yeah. White Bandit, honest to God, just for get a little bit more confidence. Have some time to think about how much confidence you need to be a chatter on this stream. Okay, wait, how do I untime him out? I can't see his messages. It doesn't show up anymore. Not on the Twitch thing. Damn it. Oh, there he is. Okay. There you go, you're back. I sincerely panicked. I'm like, wait, fuck. How do I undo this? next time. Alright, so thinking. So the reason that I'm spending time on this, and to be completely honest, the stream time or stream like title is a complete lie. I was gonna start on that, but we have a 3P to do once we sort of get this where it needs to be. Speaking of where this needs to be, what are your thoughts? What the hell? I'm sorry, what? I time this guy out and then he subscribes. That's just a old Goblin design I did. Goblin is kind of like Link. You know, there's multiple versions of him. Oh, this is sick. This is dope. I like this. Not that Goblina. That Goblina's a bit older. My $5 foot long. Jared. My sub. The fact that those don't exist anymore, oh man, it kinda like, you know how easy those were? Wait, $13 for once? Fucking pisses me off. And then they brought in this other shit. They're like, hey, check out this, our new like primo subs. I'm sitting here being like, I fucking hate you, because it hides like the other subs, and it means that the deals are always like with these fucking expensive subs that nobody cares about. Dude. Know your in audience. Stop trying to. Maybe that's like their version of whaling. Maybe that is their. You know what? Holy shit. Because I know someone in my life that makes enough money to not give a single shit about that and go with the premium sub every time. and pay fucking and get the chips and get a drink. That's their fucking way of whaling. Smart bastards. Yeah, real high roller. He doesn't care about status that much. He's already, you know, pilots. It's like, what? Okay, here's the question. How are we feeling on this? Something about the snout, eyes, and the neck loses the original salamander Komodo vibe. Alright. Well, I mean, yes, because we will move away from the salamander Komodo vibe as soon as you start to change the head and merge them two, because they're very opposite. So like, if we look at our Komodo, right, you have sort of like a T-Rex look on this, right? And then you have, and the eyes are way back here. That's a Komodo. Could do that, and it kind of looks like a snake. That's kind of cool. Then you have this, which isn't the greatest like attempt at this, right? Maybe the head I went a little too far. But I felt like it didn't have enough neck. Because you had to take away the neck to feel more salamander. Because salamanders are like this, right? They're like this, right? They're literally like their head is just like straight up connected. There's no neck. While Komodos have a neck. So we're trying to combine a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But with that being said, as its own, if I were to present you this, right, instead of the Komodo, instead of the salamander, is this a cool fucking thing? Or is it or seeing this, you know, if we could turn back time and we never had the Komodo reference, would you say, hey, I think the Komodo would be really cool, or hey, I think a salamander would be really cool? For the sake of it, maybe. Not just a lizard. Like a snake lizard thing. Reminds me of the Wog from Lord of the Rings. What about this? No, not that. This. Make another copy of it. How do you feel about that? It takes the eyes of the salamander, which are much more forward. It makes the head feel a little bit further back. It still has the neck and the vibe and the silhouette from the Komodo. and the smaller eye makes them feel more like a beast than it does. And a little bit less intelligent. Once you put it back here, it kind of feels like person, or like it has more of like an identity or something that. Yeah, because this thing right here, and it's edging it towards something, because like back here it feels like it's like I don't know, it has like a different vibe to it. What in the middle? Okay. So I like this more, with the eyes being a little closer to the snout. Maybe not go full snake where it's down here. And then let's try pulling this back. See how that looks. I think the Komodo is the right way to go. Now let's take this, throw the eyes back. Oh, now it just looks dumb. This one looks sharp. And he's got like a big snout, big noggin. You know, like almost like a fucking dog. I think this one might be the winner. But with the mouth a little. I'm just changing shit to change shit at this point. I think this is fine. Okay. So let's take this. Hide that. Take this out because we have one that's really close to it. And let's take head of this one. The body of this one. Wait, hold on, what? No. Body this one. Merge these down. We have the body work that I did before. Sometimes ALovingRobot says to take away some of my favorite parts of the design, and I go, damn it. He's like, actually, I think this is the most important part. And I go, fuck, shit. But, it's right. How do we feel about taking this off? Yeah. Alright, so there is this final option that I wanted to explore. So this looks like it's probably the best option so far. I feel like this one's so cool. But let's see what I can do to be happy with this. I have a feeling it might have something to do with the way that I have aimed. The other one where it has like this extra little bit of a neck that's like pointing down, or a head that's pointing down. Where it's kind of like this. Oh yeah, I also did this, which I thought was sick. This is sort of like a horse, keeping that was it the horse element of like the elven race, and then like adding a lizard to it, but that's also a no-go. Yeah, it was kind of like a chimera. Something about his snout now makes me go, I don't like this. Fuck me. No, it's a deep elf. No, our wood elves are not going to be riding lizards unless the wood elf goes and finds a way to acquire a lizard mount. Okay, I think I figured out why I disagree with Sean here on the overly, like, being overly creative on this, because we go giant lizards, right? And that's the like fantasy that you've seen in the past, right? And so I feel like that's like It's like having a lot of weight here. That being said, yeah, highly nostalgic, right? And I'm looking at the deep elves being like, what fits them? And I'm not even like originally I wasn't even sure it was lizards. But there's there's something about them eventually that everybody landed on. Yeah, about that. That's something that might happen later down the line. Something that's not our main choice. Let's say. That's kind of cool. The higher eye. The lower eye. Lower eye sucks. Higher eye is cool. Higher eye kind of makes him feel a little bit more dragon. A little bit more proud laser. Or lizard. I haven't said laser. Now he's got spectacles. Pipe. Very intelligent. He's got one of those beards. That isn't bad. You have these lizards that have cool ass beards. Of like dangly bits. Once you get into ear territory, you're going into dragon area. Though I will say, Sean, we really do need to get Hamlins in. We do need to have some stuff that is just us. That is just like, because I've been thinking about it, and there's like, when it comes to like, mythological creatures, what is their design? It's like what? An artist went, okay, what is this creature? It's the head of an ox, and it's on a man, and all of a sudden you have like a minotaur, or like take the cockatrice, and it's like, what is this? This is a giant dragon, or it's a dragon bird born of a snake's egg, with the mating. It's like the mating of a chicken and a snake, and it's the snake's egg. Or is it the chicken's egg? I forget which one. And then there's like a chimera or a basilisk, right? And like I think that one's the. They have like these ways of essentially just making like we're just gonna take this body part and pop it on something. Yeah, like all the medieval designs are just like we're just gonna take this creature's head and put it on a blank, you know, with the head and body of a lion and a head of a goat on its back with a snake for a tail, you know, and there's a part of that's like that was creative, right? It took someone a little bit of creativity to put together. So if I'm sort of trying to design within those, like when I do some of the fun, more outrageous stuff, because that's some where the fun Dungeons and Dragons stuff come from. Like, hey, what happens if we do these things and we throw them together? And we call it something new. Or an artist just goes ham and creates some cool forms that look weird and feel right in his psyche. I want to get some of those feel right in the psyche creatures. That rule's a fallacy. I'm a little, what is it called? a little feisty tonight. We do want it to be nostalgic. Don't get me wrong. We want it to be iconic. A lot of the creatures that I've done for Monsters and Memories, I feel like has really hit that. Almost every creature has been what is the most classic version of this. And I think maybe other than the Ashira, but the Ashira was a Hamad sort of base thing, and I'm sure that's its own iconic thing either which way. That being said, is there, if we want to follow that 80-20 rule, and we go, here's our roster. Now we have all our guys here. Here's our giant roster of mobs. Right? How much of them are us alone? Trying to do something exciting that feels right to us in our psyche. Not just creative to be creative, but like represent something there you go, oh, that hits like a thing that feels right to us, that has like a reason for being there. And how much of that is in our roster right now? Not a lot. Okay, this is it for me. You have ruined your own schedule, but you will not ruin mine. Good. Go to sleep. My influence being on a lot of the player characters that we've done so far. Yeah, because I was the one that did the designs and tried to make them, I think, fulfill a certain amount of design needs, right? I think this guy right here feels right. I'm not sure about that eye. And I think it is I think this is a better design than this, working with it. I don't think this is a bad design. I don't think this is as less iconic. This is definitely more traditional. That's for sure. In most cases, I think all the design elements that I've been pushing for or whatever, I feel like I do a decent amount of like trying to bring in the what would you call the classic element of it, the most iconic version of it, and really put care into making sure that the shapes feel right and invoke the right thing and all that. And or have something that is going to benefit the game. You know, if there's not like with player races overlap, right? We don't want this, like an archetypal overlap, and so some things just sort of have to change where they don't overlap as much. So we have like, yeah, different players that are trying to or that feel natural association with a different race, while balancing as much classic elements as we can. And so I feel like that's where the player race stuff was like the design thing. And of course, you know, me doing it and pushing for certain things. I'm just talking about, I think, right now, looking at our roster, having things that are ours that hasn't existed, that has a reason to exist in our world. I don't think we should be afraid of that. How else are we going to create something as iconic as a kobold? You know, that essentially everybody else sees as a little lizard now. Or they look back and they see the kobold design. How are we going to create that? Every once in a while, I feel like give something a new name, a blah blah blah, and then we go, here's our special thing. Well, ours is traditional, which is a good thing. especially once we get everything like past our, because especially once we get everything past our polish stage, when we go, this asset right here is like the most pristine version of it that it will ever be. You know, it's textured to perfection. We've gone back and forth on the model. You know, we've pushed and pulled verts, and the animation looks and all that stuff, right? That's pretty traditional. I think maybe like we're not WildStar, where everything is fucking like a new thing that has some sort of weird trope on it, that they've combined with something else. We have a pretty good, and when we have done that, we've done that because those races need and require a certain amount of novelty to fulfill their role as a race. I'm thinking about the Deep Dwarves, being the outcasts, and me designing for that. And so we need a little bit of novelty where people haven't really seen that much before. Another thing to consider is that you have a chance to make something, some things animation to be unique, rather than their look, like how it was mentioned. Maybe lizard folk have more flowing like river fighting style. Not flexing, no. The right way of looking at it is not we're not flexing our uniqueness enough, but rather similar to something like the Deep Dwarf. I think there's a good amount of visual novelty that we aren't bringing if we don't do those extra things. Those extra, this is ours only things. This is our, you know. And so when everybody comes across these things, they go, oh, that's a kobold. Or they go, oh, that's a wolf. Or, oh, that's a wraith. Or, oh, that's a slime thing. Like a slime. No one's going, what is that? What the fuck is that? You know? And I think we have a little observation, or a little obligation to do that. Right, because my take on it is that we've been really pushing the iconic look of everything. Right, I'm happy with this. Snake variant that probably will never see the light of day. Oh, you were so right in getting rid of this, though. See, this is the thing. You reeling me back on things like this, like, it's a good call. Because it just doesn't work. This is way better, and that's even better than that. Right? It's... I'm gonna be honest, like sometimes, or for the most part, I just go, okay, yeah, that's the right call. Or I just go, okay, let's just get that done. Because for the most part, I trust your judgment, which is good. But, and it turns out that way. But here, on our overall roster, I do think we should get some unique, only us sort of things. What do you think about this guy so far, by the way? Is this something that we're... Nice. Okay. It makes sense, right? Like, in the totality of it, yeah, it makes sense. Now, I want to get this guy going on like a full fucking painting here soon. So, question is there anything that's sort of like, what the fuck about this design? Tilting his head up so it's more like this instead of this. As much as I like this look, this was too serpent-like, and this is more lizard-like. And the thing that I like about this is that he kind of looks a little proud. Is there parts that won't translate with our geo? Maybe. That might be... Maybe. I try to be, but I think this should be good. Because overall, I think the main thing here is that while I have an opinion on a lot of these things, right? Like, I have my own design opinion on a lot of these things. And sometimes that opinion is, like, its goal is to convince you that, hey, this is the way to go. For sure, this is sick. But sometimes that's just dead wrong. And so the goal really is, like, let's get this concept something that you're actually happy with. I don't want to ever push something that you're like, you know, and just like there's a certain limit of things that I can do that with. I think goblins might be one of those. And I got those, so I'm, you know. But the main thing, that's just because I care about goblins that much. To make sure that you're happy with them. Do you think lizards would have a scale texture or something more like a dinosaur rhino type skin? Oh yeah. In terms of texture, God, what would texture be? Initially I was thinking just a Komodo dragon type texture. Let's take away his beard for a moment. Looks good. Looks good without the beard. That's an easy. That's easy. Alright, okay. Hold on. We're gonna get this going, dude. If it's 90% there, I think I'm gonna hit on with a stronger, or with an actual composition. Oh, 1 second. Sorry, I just saw your message here, Sean. Gonna have to, yeah, let's bring Sean in on the conversation. Well, I was gonna move on to, actually painting the lizard. So if it's about the lizard, let's talk about it. Like, I was gonna move on to the 3P. Actually get going on the painting. Also, if there was any antagonism coming from me, I'm just being a little, what's it called? A little spicy. That's all. Because, like, I think there's... I don't want to be creative to be creative. Doesn't suit me. If we're being creative, it's because there's like a vibe that we're trying to hit, and whether or not we hit that vibe is the thing. And sometimes the judgment is wrong because I'm the one that did it. So I gotta listen and apply feedback, that sort of thing. I'm just hoping that you didn't have the wrong impression, or that it was serious, or... Okay, let's get these fucking lizards. And no, I'm not just saying that because you're the boss. Okay, let's bring this guy over. I think I can actually bring this guy right over here. Something like that. Bring the illustration right in, and instead of this, do this. I think this needs to be done first, where we throw it over there, and I'm going to grab get it really high, like that. And we'll do something like this. Also, I'm sorry for making you type all that out. I didn't see your message. Fuck. Such an asshole. Hey, your shoulder's recovering. Really typing out all these responses. Oh god. Shit. Think this. That's good. I'm gonna do something like this. Where you get like a like that. And yeah, mounts. We're talking mounts for the deep elves. Why do you join my stream? Just to taunt me? Oh shit. Some serious EQ talk. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Sean? I'm actually very interested in this conversation. I know it might derail Sean, but I really want to know. Because me coming from somewhere that I didn't like flying mounts, because that's sort of hits like fucking the 3-body problem, where it like just makes the amount of space just that much more difficult to come across another player, especially because it just opens up all this, you know. Before it was this, right, this 2D map that you can walk in and we can have choke points, and even if you're on a mount you can talk to, but then once you open it up where you can now have the sky, it's like the amount of people that you're gonna run into in all of this space squared is fucking none. And there's no content up there, so there's no things that can slow you down, there's no danger up there, so anyway. Huddle? Yes. I would love for you to respond to this. Yes, wow, it did make it much worse. Do we want to direct message huddle, or do we want to go into world huddle? I just feel like I don't want to have someone hop in and be like, "Hey, I didn't know you were on stream," and say something like, "Our next playtest date." Heyo. Let me turn
I just
you
had to.
up, and let me turn the music down. All right, everybody's gotta have to check me for the audio. Is Sean good?
Am I good?
Audio wise, can you hear him?
Yeah. I'm just giving them some audio to make that determination with.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. And is the music good? You guys can still sort of hear the music? Perfect.
Cool.
So, what's your take on mounts?
Mounts ruined EverQuest. There's like this incredible list of things that ruined EverQuest. The So I have to assume they're either an accumulation or they're an opportunistic sort of statement, like, oh, this thing we're discussing ruined EverQuest. Was it that, or was it sort of a conflagration of all of the various things that are on the list of things that ruined EverQuest? And if we're to look at the things that are on the list of things that ruined EverQuest, which, again, we then have to determine, did it ruin EverQuest for you or did it ruin EverQuest for everybody? And that's where we get into the streams where I have people coming in and they're like, this expansion ruined EverQuest. And I go, cool, bring up the subscriber data because I remember it differently. And the reason why I remember it differently is I was getting royalty checks every quarter based on the performance of EverQuest. And I know how much my royalty checks were, and they were fucking great. And so when someone did finally bring in a graph to show us when EverQuest was ruined, oddly enough, it coincided with EverQuest 2 and World of Warcraft, which at the time was basically the spiritual successor to EverQuest, coming out in a global phenomenon. My physiotherapist yesterday, when he asked me what I do for a living, and I explained to him, he didn't get it, and I was like, and then he asked something about World of Warcraft. Right, so random older German gentleman in a small town understands WoW. So what, when I hear arguments of like, oh, you're doing what, that ruined EverQuest, I'm always like, that's so completely detached from all of the various factors that are relevant to this topic, that it's just one of those things that's kind of like it's just kind of a meme. That's why like it doesn't bother me or whatever when people come in and they're like, oh, you worked on what, on EQ? Oh yeah, and that destroyed EQ. I'm just like, okay, cool, internet person. I've been working on MMOs for over 20 years, so somebody saying something I listen to and go, okay, it's not like it's a new thing or a surprise to me. Yeah, and everybody's got anecdotal evidence. Like, my server was empty after Luckland. Okay. Cool. I noticed blah, blah, blah happen. Okay. I'm just telling you from the point of view of someone that was there and looking at the actual data. When there was a greater than 2% churn, right? And if you understand, like, what maintaining a less than 2% churn for a subscription-based business, or honestly any business where you're tracking like your customer cohorts and or actually looking at your data, the idea of having 2% churn the game was pretty damn stable. So when there was something slightly more than 2% churn was one of those instances where SMED would actually call us up directly and go, hey, it looks like maybe people are losing interest or something. Can you do something really fast? And so like the weekend revamp that Rich and I did of Chardock was a response to a slight bump in churn that went away. Again,
so for the audience and me, churn is loss in players.
Yeah, so basically month over month loss of players. Right. Okay. So and what you'll see with like if you're looking like at KPIs for Chardock 2.0, looking at KPIs for different games and stuff, you can go out and you can search online and find like sort of the common data, especially this kind of analysis and the sort of building of sophistication with regards to tracking key performance indicators. That is something that really, it wasn't that high. Like our sophistication was pretty low before free to play, but free to play is so dependent on data that it helped the industry kind of level up a bit in tracking this. But so for us, our big metric was how many subscribers do we have? What do our concurrent users look like? So, each night, are we seeing a big dip in the number of players that are playing each day, and then especially sort of at prime time, because those waves were pretty much you can see those waves and track them. And so what we would see is a new like a new game would come out, right? Like Dark Age of Camelot or whatever, and we'd be playing it too. We would see our concurrent numbers go down. We'd see the number of people that are playing each day, especially at peak at one time. We'd see that dip significantly, but our subscriber numbers wouldn't go down because people would like bounce over and check out a new game. They play it for a month or 2 months, and then they come back and play EQ again. And so our subscriber numbers were really, really stable and growing. Like we peaked at 450, 500,000 subscribers, which again, even today, like that's at $15 a month, that's pretty phenomenal. But if you think back to just the total addressable market and their lack of video cards, lack of internet connections, lack of understanding of PCs, lack of awareness of the genre, it was a pretty significant thing. And I think people forget before WoW came out just how much of a phenomenon EQ was. Like, it was a decently big deal, and then WoW just came out and crushed its memory, kind of thing, right? Like it was just such a cultural phenomenon worldwide. And so I think it gets easy to improperly contextualize EQ prior to WoW, right? Because we kind of now we're looking at everything through the WoW filter. But what happened was, like, WoW came out and people moved from EQ to WoW. And why wouldn't you? The game was aging. The game was hitting a point where we were just kind of adding more and more and more to the high end. We weren't able to maintain the live game and redo things the way we would have liked as a team. And there's a lot of like segmentation of players across many servers. So new players would come in, they wouldn't see other players, and they're like, oh, I thought this was some sort of game where I see a lot of other players and stuff, right? And so we were fighting a number of battles and doing experiments because no one had come before us really at that scale to try certain things. Like we ripped instancing off of Anarchy Online, but really sort of set the stage for how instancing would ultimately be used in WoW. And we people look at things like us adding the graveyards in, and they're like, oh man, you dumbed down EQ. Well, the reason why we added graveyards in was so that we can make raids even harder and not have to worry about like repeated corpse recoveries causing a jam up in the raid, like the raid necessary. Like we wanted to make it so that we can make raids that were hard enough that if you just went in and screwed up, you could get wiped, and then we could give you the ability to get out of the way and have another guild come in and potentially hit what is a more complex, easier to reset encounter in terms of design. So it's that type of shit. So that's just my response there. In terms of like mounts, will mounts ruin the game? I mean, what we're talking about is, are we building the game with mounts in mind? In EQ, I could see the argument, hey, mounts made the world feel smaller because the world wasn't designed with mounts. But then every time I hear the arguments that, whatever made the world feel smaller, was like, yeah, but some of that isn't a bad thing because the old world was dead. We looked at the data. There were classic zones that never had people in them, period, for months.
Now, if for context here, when it comes to mounts, first off, what if you were to Iron Man goblins example here? That's so weird saying that. If you were to Iron Man, what's like the thing that like why did you guys add mounts? And then also like why would that be like a bad thing? In terms of like why it killed it, or why someone could even say this is why like EQ died or whatever. And I know we just went over
yeah,
is that really
like steel man the argument. I
Yeah.
would say the the zones in terms of their scale, and I can be wrong. Somebody can correct me on this, but essentially one of the big arguments against mounts was mounts were their speed, their move rate speed was either just below or similar to the fastest move rate speed. I can't remember if it was on par with like Celos or whatever. And the zones at that point were already, so the argument was more about, is it destroying player independency with regards to move rate bonuses? Once you've got them out, you no longer need to get a Spirit of Wolf from somebody or hop in a group with a Bard to move, etc. Right? And so I can see that argument, but we already had move rate bonuses for players without mounts, so the speed with which you cross a zone isn't much different. Now, did they feel really integrated? They didn't feel that integrated, right? Because it's one of those things where I think when you're looking at scale, once you do something that's adding that additional scale to players, the world feels literally a little bit smaller, locally even. There was some hinkiness with like meting on a mount and other stuff like that. Honestly, I barely remember, but the main reason for putting mounts in, I think at the time, was something as simple as the leadership in the company saw maybe like Daox little horse taxis or something and thought it was cool. And you got to realize that with an expansion-based business model, you're trying to get as much adoption of every expansion as possible. Because even with it being new areas, we would still only get like initially a 60 to 80% uptake of an expansion. And that's why, so you're like, oh man, we want to get more people to buy this. So you stuff weird shit into it, right?
It's so funny because I remember I was on one of Kevin Jordan's streams and they were talking about mounts, and he was actually even against normal mounts in Vanilla WoW. Because he thought that it would make the world smaller, but eventually the rest of the team was like, but they're so cool, and so they ended up being a big part of the game. And then he had to make the same fight for flying mounts, and of course, got overruled by everybody that was saying, oh man, but they'd be so cool, without thinking about the design implications.
But at the end of the day, like he could be right and wrong at the same time, right? Because if you look at like mount collection and what a sort of amount of incentivization that is there, the argument could be made for, hey, his call was wrong. Now, the thing with games that are like ever growing in terms of just more and more continents and more areas to go to, you're going to get tons of player stratification, and that gets into what Goblin was saying with regards to pop the books, because everybody references the books. And again, I'm curious if I'm just remembering it wrong, but having been there and having actually been one of the people that was collecting the data on the world when we were given the directive of like, please fix this problem, the old world was empty. Like, we were monitoring the use of the old world. At the time that Planes of Power came out, I think people forget that, yes, there was Classic, but there was also then Kunark, a whole new continent that had better gear that people were going to, or Velius, which if you're mid to high levels, you were potentially over at, or if you're rolling a new tune, you're probably, I don't know, maybe going to Luckland because that new player experience is better just as a new player, let alone moving around the world. And again, it's got plenty of zones that are providing incentives for you to go to. And then we've got Planes of Power, which at that point, was mainly focused at the at the high end, the casual to hardcore high end. What we were seeing was we had a problem, which was people using the old world were in ghost towns. The cities were empty, and the experience was the opposite of MMO. You would come in and just be like, all right, because anytime you started a new character that wasn't like a Vashir in Luckland, or potentially a if you're playing an Ixar, I think maybe because people like them so much or whatever, you might be more likely to see other lizards in that area, and it's got a decent newbie experience. So by the time Planes of Power hit, a lot of the old world was kind of abandoned, and so when people were like, oh well, but my wizard never got, no longer had an opportunity to teleport people around the old world. Well, first of all, the Plane of Knowledge books just moved you between the cities for the most part, so in theory your wizard could still take you deeper into the old world if there was that much demand for it. The question is, was the demand? Go to the center point is now passing through one central zone, and you would see other players, and you go, oh shit, there's other players in this game. And for new people that were playing for the first time but with friends, if somebody was like, I'm starting a dwarf, and the other person's like, I'm starting a dark elf, rather than make the trek that first time that they wanted to play, we were asked for solutions to see if we could get those people to play together faster. And since there was rarely a wizard or a druid running through those newbie yards that could easily teleport you closer to your friend, we put in the Plane of Knowledge and those books. Like it absolutely wasn't the case that we're like, hey, you know what, let's just randomly add this quick transit system and this new zone just for shits and giggles. There absolutely was a problem at the time. So that should already understand how much the team did not really do a ton to make PvP better. We did some stuff, right? And we absolutely loved PvP, many of us on the team, and that's why we were able to at least get stuff like Sul and Zek. But I mean, we were so hard pressed for time all the time, and I think being a survivor of that, our Goblin, not Goblin in chat, but being a survivor of that has really shaped why I push back on things the way I do sometimes, or push for certain things the way I do sometimes. And I find, sometimes it's like it's too much or it's unnecessary, right? But you got to figure my first 4 years in the industry or so were shaped by, we put a box on the shelf of Best Buy every 4 to 6 months.
Just fucking wild.
Right? Like, it was very much about like learning the constraints that we have, using every bit of the buffalo. Fucking, if we can retexture a thing and get a new thing, like if we can horse trade a little bit of this for that to cobble together an expansion and drive forward, and mitigate risk as much as possible, we had to.
That's wild. So wait, hold on. So in terms of mounts for M&M, because there's obviously some issues, let's say, that some people find for EQ and mounts. For mounts for M&M, you mentioned that there's things like, was it really designed for mounts? And so for us, what makes us think that yes, like we're designing for mounts? I have some things that I'm very excited about for mounts, but I kind of want to hear what you say on this before I go. Oh, also because we're doing this, or maybe you'll say all the things that I'm going to say.
Well, definitely, I want to hear what you're excited about for sure. So I'll try not to do the similar length monologue. Just kind of in a nutshell, we've been thinking about mounts from the beginning, and when we think about the space, I mean, even Night Harbor, though, we're likely going to need to change stable placement probably, and maybe do some little tricks with volumes. There's going to be some, as we add certain systems, invariably we modify like Night Harbor a bit to accommodate. But from day one, we're like, all right, where do we put the stables and blah blah blah, and how are we going to handle this? And we don't want mounts in cities and all this other stuff. But if you look at our zones, we're erring on the side of big, right? They're not small zones for the most part. We've looked at the world design and talked about, like, if we find that as you're running through here, even with the scale that they are, if it transitioning from one city to another, and that's why it's important for us to have at least 2 cities early access launch. Does it feel epic enough? Do we need more like transition space? So do we need more of a do we need a zone that's more of a just meant to be more of a space that you're moving through, as opposed to super densely packed with points of interest, right? Like a traversal zone, essentially, we've been calling them. So we'll look at that and adjust that once we get mounts in. Move speed. We're looking to get mounts in. We're not looking to make mounts the fastest thing. We're designing them with the idea that, okay, we want to maintain the value of player modified or player driven move rate modifiers, right? And so we'll balance them from the onset with that. Mounts can be killed, so it's not like you're just zooming around with no liability. We'll play around with some gameplay implications there. The fact that a mount can be killed and leave a corpse means that we're continuing our theme of ensuring that there is some risk when you're using these things. So now we're talking about mounts as something that has to be maintained. They eat, they drink, unlike an EQ. So they eat, they drink. Sure, they add more to your ability to move things around your inventory, and will over time have variance in different perks. But there are liabilities, or there are risks to having them. We'll probably, we'll likely have them be something where it's also a decent investment. We want them to be something that has some prestige associated with them. And we want to do things like, if we can pull it off, have it so that you can have them as a bit of an upgrade path or a gear path and things like that, right? So, and for us, it's been on the list since day one. Ollie's already, as he's been working on other systems like inventory and things like that, we're doing it with things like pack animals and mounts in mind, right? So as we're working on systems that are sort of the more RPG systems, survivalish systems, like eating and drinking and how we're going to handle food moving forward and stamina and all that, we've been keeping them in mind. So I think it's going to be less of us just adding a thing and then hoping it works, or having a game that is basically done like EQ was and then plugging in a mount, and more about seeing if this is a system integrated from the beginning that provides us with something that feels more rooted in the world, feels like a part of our progression path, and it has a world that's been built with it in mind, I guess.
Yeah. My so in terms of the it feels like for me, just hearing that, I'm going like okay, so this is like the next, like, people can really like take up that style of play, whatever that style of play, especially for a like let's say a mount user, like I imagine, like, you have your blacksmiths, you have your like leather workers. You have your adventurers that really don't care for any of the trade skills. You have your traders, and then if we're looking at mounts and the gameplay that they sort of provide, it's like, how many people need to bring mounts? Is it everybody? Do we bring a guy with a pack mount that we all protect, or and what's the investment into that? And so for me it like associates with a type of player that and I really like that. I like the idea, and maybe it is just like a catch-all upgrade, that mounts here, like they are the best way to, but there's a responsibility that comes with them. My favorite part is this, because we had talked about it before and I've heard it being talked about, but just mounts providing like you said, like pack mules, or like pack animals, where they provide like a certain type of what would you call like service almost, and what that means. And I love that stuff, and I think that's where I'm most excited about, is that there's actually like there's a surrounding element that directly influences the game beyond just I get place faster, right? Or there's more to collect.
Mm-hmm.
Like those are the two things
Right.
that I see that WoW has, right? When it comes to mounts, it's cool because you get to go faster and you can collect things, but there's so much more that we've had integrated into the world, and I'm excited for that, at least.
Yeah, and that's the type of stuff, right? Like, if we get mounts in, well, we will have mounts in before we go into early access, because again, until we say we feel it's not core, it's core. Once we have them in, for us, rather, like, one of the things that kind of kept in mind with regards to the evolution of the game after launch is, rather than just tack things on that are new, or tack on, and that's both areas and systems. And it's like, oh, now we've got pet fighting or whatever. It's, can we look at, and part of this is in how we create a live feature rollout plan as well, right? Because if we're smart, we realize we won't do everything we want to do by the time we go live. And so what we do is we take all those things that we want to do and we look at, okay, when after we go live can we add these things? And so then we can be honest and say, like with mounts, if we get them in, but there's no, like, the the various support systems, even like trade skills, like there's no ability to craft if they've got saddles and barding and other stuff, but we want to get it in, we just acknowledge, hey, the core of it's in. At a point after launch, we're going to rework the trade skills related to them, and there will be more to them. There will be more to do, or you know what I mean? Like, it make it feel a bit deeper and richer, especially with the fact that we've presented, hey, when we go into early access, we're working towards a 1.0 version of the game. And so we may not have, we've got like 40 weird ass trade skills, astrology or astronomy and masonry, and the one currently labeled breeding, which is related to this, but should probably be animal husbandry or whatever, right? Like, so that people don't put us in a weird weird category on a website. So like, we may have these things where, hey, all right, we're not going to just try to jam that in here, or we may also say, like, for certain things that we take one approach with like a certain trade skill and go, all right, it's a pretty simple sort of click, watch the progress bar thing, but later on we want to replace this with a mini game, right? Like, and as a bad example, it could be, lock picking, if that becomes a thing and we want to do something more Skyrim-y or whatever later, right?
Dude, I still think that there's a conversation to be had about trade skills. I've like, someone mentioned it on, and I mentioned in the chat, and we haven't had. I don't think it got taken too seriously, but god damn, was it a cool idea where people are talking about integrating like mud actions with trade skills, and I was just like, oh my god, can you imagine like if we built in like these mud actions that you have to do, like let's say it's cooking, right? You go, you have an item clicked and you hit, and you're in front of like the thing and you hit like slash, place thing on pan, and then it's like there's like place oil in pan, and then you have like a timer that comes off, and then like things that little mud actions that pop back to you after like 30 seconds. It starts to sizzle and starts to burn, and you're like shit, like things like that where it becomes much more involved. Holy moly, would I love that. And I think it would give everybody a really good amount of practice with very low risk, when it in terms of like mud actions. So when they're out their adventures, they're going, dude, I know this stuff, like I know how to interact with all other things. We have these traits anyway. So that's I was so excited about that, but I don't know if that's even like an option or something that we'll talk about later or not. I was just anyway, sorry, little side tangent, completely over.
Well, I mean, if it's the best experience, right? Like, because it could be that we find, and I think you're picturing it, but it's a little bit harder for me to wrap my head around, like the sort of real-time experience of using the mud actions, for example. But it could be that if that's explained and it makes sense, we go down that road, or it could be we go down and we find that there's more of a mini game style interaction that we want, right? Like, and I think at that point it'll be a discussion to be had with the community, because if we've got a bunch of people that do cooking, they really like the way it currently works, we may not need it. But if people are kind of like, I enjoy inputs and outputs of cooking, but the experience is kind of meh, I wouldn't mind having it be Cooking Mama or whatever sort of mini game style. Oh shit, Corey just said Cooking Mama. Yeah, right. I wouldn't mind it being that way. It's funny, I wasn't even looking at that. And then we go, okay, well, cool, let's do that. And again, I think when people, and I think this may count for members of the team as well, like not everybody's in my head, not everybody's in each other's head. When I picture how this game could evolve, like we've had a really good time on P99, and I say that not just because it's an EQ experience, but because it's like it's an experience where we know it's a finite progression of a server, and that's okay. And then we're excited about the idea of like there being a new P99. It's like, oh man, because I enjoy that experience, and I would play it again in a heartbeat, just like I played like EQ TLP, and then it got to a certain point and it kind of outpaced me, and I was like, it got beyond where I was interested, and then it was like I just re-roll on P99, and so I think for us there's something to be said about having a semi-finite world where we're very focused on the idea of over time adding more depth to that world and improving the gameplay and the feel of that world without throwing away what is key to the world, right? Because people could look at that and go, what about Luckland's player character models in new Freeport Zone? They look bad. Yeah, we wouldn't do that. We're not looking to like go in and completely uproot a thing, but adding more depth of combat, taking things like a trade skill where we're like, wouldn't it be fun if it was more like Cooking Mama? And everybody kind of agrees, so that the next time we play through, it's an even richer experience with even more depth. And that doesn't prevent us from adding new zones, revamping zones, all of that shit. But what we're not looking to do is like every 6 months to a year to 2 years, add a whole new continent with some gimmicky race or some gimmicky new systems that all of a sudden you've got 50 different currencies you got to track, and all these additional dailies and weeklies and bullshit that, you know what I mean? Like, oh, and now I've got a garrison. And it's like, I'm not saying those aren't fun for some people, but like, why don't we just continue to refine and perfect our core game as part of the life cycle of the game, and then potentially look at launching a new server with a more interesting rule set, right? So it's more the TLP approach with a more finite game where you can kind of see where the light is at the end of the tunnel, right? So that's been the thought on this type of stuff, right? Which I think loops back directly to things like mounts and trade skills and all that.
And there's a nice thing I think about us in particular, where we have so many people on the team that watched MMOs, and we have essentially like a little bit 2020 vision in hindsight, where we're able to go, okay, well, that's where that went wrong, Jesus, why did they ever bring in, why did World of Warcraft ever bring in looking for group? You could see like the patterns of things that sort of have, like, here's the quality of life creep, and where does that erode the experience? And we have this really good position right now where we get to look at that stuff and go, okay, and we're not, because our aim is so particular, right? Like, we're not trying to be compete on the same level, in the same design sense, even as current World of Warcraft, because we know that's not where we want to go. We want to go classic. We want to have some of these things that we know is that feels right already, that is sort of proven, and then we get to go, okay, well, we're not doing that. We're not doing Lucklin, the art update. Like, there's certain things that we can just say that's never going to happen, and it's because we have that, essentially like a history lesson. At least that's how I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's one of those things too, where it's like, why would we, unless we just for whatever reason completely missed the mark, and we all agree, like, oh man, this element is just not great, we want to redo it, but it would still be in our art style, it'd still be in keeping with the rest of the game. Why would we do that instead of, like, and this will sound trivial, but add 20 new hairstyles, add some props that we felt, or refine a POI that we're like, oh man, we can make this cooler or better, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff, add in more NPC variations on NPCs that we like, things like that, where it's more of a reinvestment than just kind of doing a new thing. And sometimes, and this going all the way back to the original discussion, doing a new thing to do it. Like, why did we deviate so far from the original EQ art style with Lucklin, right? Like, with the characters, why did we do what we did with Freeport? And part of it, I think, was at the time this belief that we could keep up with the times. Oh, we're going to start redoing everything to make it look modern, and people will see it, as it's like new players will go, oh, this looks like a current era game, which it didn't, and then forgot, like, oh no, there was a style there, and now we're kind of throwing it away. To that point, kind of getting all the way back to the original thing where I say, oh, you want to hop on a Hubble? And before I say it, this image is coming along awesome. It's really, really beautiful.
So this is just fucking preliminary values. I never paint like this, and so this is like, oh man, when am I gonna take all these layers and merge them down? Like, because right now I'm painting very protective, which is not like me.
But yeah, I mean, to your earlier point, I heard it and I was like, oh man, it's going to be hard for me to express this in text, and maybe not have it come out the wrong way or whatever. But it's one of those things where I was like, there will be opportunities to do entirely new things, for sure. I think there's such a large surface space that's been ignored, or at least I've seen enough other games do their take on traditional themes that I'm kind of at a point where, and this is, again, speaking for myself, at the beginning of this project, I was really excited at the idea of seeing something that actually, like, to me, EverQuest was very D&D, very sort of, um, there was a sort of a phrase used inside SOE from some people at times that was like, EverQuest was the bastard of all fantasy, right? Like, it was this thing that people would come in and be like, oh, that's so generic, right? Like, oh, these things there's such, it's all the tropey stuff. And then naturally people are like, well, I don't want to do this. We're doing our thing. And the number of projects I've seen over the last 20 years, like, do their thing that I can't even remember what their thing was anymore. I'm like, cool, bro. All right. Um, and don't get me wrong, like, we really, when I was working on EQ, we looked at a lot of the cool stuff that was like part of the Final Fantasy, like games, and be like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool if we had this world? Or we were looking at like cyberpunk games and be, oh man, wouldn't it be cool to make a game and that's got this, got some of these themes or stylization or whatever. But at this stage, kind of looking back, when I was playing on Eridune, it was like, okay, cool. But then when I hopped on to or I was watching someone play on P99 and they turned shadows on, and it was the old character models with shadows, blah blah blah, and I was like, oh man, this just looks, this evokes so much nostalgia, and it looks so just kind of like classic fantasy and all that stuff. It just, I missed him. It's like, wouldn't it be cool to make a game that feels like all these classic things we kind of grew up on? But there's still room within that, right? Because there's discrepancy, like you're talking about kobolds, the difference between like an EQ kobold and a D&D kobold, right? When we were talking about it. Or, there's various takes that have existed in the old fantasy on different things. So I think there's room for it, but it's about having enough critical mass of familiar that people really look at it, and like, it would be, and maybe it's the wrong way to look at it, but I like the idea of, what if we out D&D'd and out EQ'd and out sort of like old classic those franchises, right?
Well,
like, if somebody looks at this and goes, man,
I think we're already doing that personally, but hey,
yeah,
that's just the concept artist speak.
well, and I don't want to make it awkward or whatever, but like, since we're here, and I would say it to you in a private huddle, right? Like, or whatever. So I'll say it here and people can see, get insight into the process. Like, when you're like, I almost got the vibe that you felt like you're like having to compromise yourself too much when you're talking earlier. And I'm like, dude, as many talks as we've had about, like, just speaking personally, my comfort level with some of the stylization and stuff, I'm like, but it's still there and we're doing it. I'm like, the most critical characters in the game are the player characters, and clearly there's been a lot of leeway and sort of like risk taking, I think, from someone like my end in doing it. And we're like, cool, right? And we find our compromises and stuff, but I think we've been able to create a style that feels ours while still really reflecting the tropes and the traditions of the characters, right? And even got some that are super non-traditional, like the deep dwarves, instead of just doing Duergars, or however you pronounce her name. I always screw it up, right? Duergars.
Yeah, there's some of that I think when I look back and think about D&D, there's something that I want to really land on, which is like, it's like there's this history that has been made with you know, when you look at the original, you know, God, what's his name? Like the original illustrator for the D&D characters, the ones that did like the Beholder and that old classic stuff, right?
Was that like black and white Errol Otis
Yeah,
type of stuff,
black and
or-
white, like black and white illustrations, and it's like the kobolds that we were looking at. You know, like I'm trying to remember exactly who did them.
I'm bringing something up. I'll send you in.
Is it David Trampier? Did the no, that's not it. Let me check what you sent. Sort of what you're going off of here. So let me bring up an image onto stream.
Like Jeff Easley? I mean, because he was doing stuff back then as well. Here, yeah,
I think
it's funny.
things like
Okay.
this, or like I'm trying to find. Remember the fucking, was it the Beholder? You know that one
So
with
just
the
hit you with
dead
a
stare? And it
Pinterest
just-
link that has got a bunch of names associated in with his various images.
Okay, let me click.
Jeff D, who's he's still doing art in Austin. Jeff D's got some pretty classic stuff as well.
Was it? I think it was this one, but then there was another one here. Copy image. Trying to find some of these. older-
Chronos. Rick Schmitz was EQ, not D&D, but Rick Schmitz was definitely like was the spirit of the EQ art style.
Unchained 99 from YouTube saying Keith Parkinson, Larry Elmore. Not quite what I'm trying to find really right now. Thinking of like the, you know, when what was it? I wish I was more prepared, to be honest. Okay, so when you take a look, I think when you're looking at like someone like Gary Gygax, right? He's designing D&D for the first time, and I don't know like who was the one that created the monsters with them when they create the descriptions for the monsters. Was it Gygax? Was it this, you know, other guy? Maybe I should do my homework on this, to be honest. But
Dave Arneson?
Yeah. Dave Arneson, right? So like, and I'm thinking like the first time when Gygax goes, hey, I'm gonna do a drawing, or I'm gonna get someone to draw like this creature. Here's the description. What is it? And you know, like a lot of D&D stuff is like, it is completely original. Some of it is taken from other things, and some of it fulfills, like a lot of it fulfills like these, I think at least, like a certain amount of like archetypes, because they're the first ones to like not the first ones ever, but to really go this way and try and provide this fantasy game for people. And it's like, It's like, holy crap, they have a really unique way of like making something extremely iconic. And so that's the sort of like in the spirit of like, okay, there's all these things that have been established, you know, now that we're in 2024, and all the, you know, we've seen how many different takes on kobolds, or, you know, how many takes on how many people have tried to draw a like a decaton or something, or like a, or how many people have, you know, taken a stab at like a grell, or like a, but those things needed to be created, you know, in someone's mind first, and then be put out into the world. You know, like Cthulhu didn't exist before Lovecraft. You know, Lovecraft gave us the
I think it's a
image
good
through his
example,
writing.
though, right? So I think that's a good example, though, right? Because so there wasn't a Cthulhu before there was Cthulhu, but once there was one, then there was a lot of value in making something that was recognizably Cthulhian,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And doing and using those elements in a way where people could spot it and go, okay, this is Cthulhian or Lovecraftian in theme.
Yeah.
And then right, and I think we see that. I think Guillermo del Toro could have
Has his
sworn
own
it was
sort
him.
of thing. Yeah.
Well, he did a series in the last couple of years where he did I think it was like a Netflix like series of you know, sort of one and done episodes, but they're based in many of them were based in what would be recognizably sort of like Lovecraftian universe.
Yeah.
And I say that because I look at it and go, oh shit, like even if it's not directly naming any of the characters or whatever, it's got the right elements and it's recognizable, and that gets me excited as a consumer. And I'm speaking strictly with all of this from a personal standpoint, but I know that there are other people like me, so it's like someone recognizes that and goes, oh shit. Or something like was it the Bird Box? What was that Netflix
Sandra
movie
Bullock?
with the blindfolds?
Yeah.
Sandra Bullock.
Bird Box.
Right, I watched that, and as it progressed I went, oh shit, this is one of the coolest Lovecraftian movies I've seen. This is one of the best Lovecraft movies I've seen in a while, right? Like I put it up there with like Dagon and stuff, and it's because those elements. And so when we're looking at like what is, if we're working on a project where there's got to be an anchor point, or there's got to be a small constellation of anchors, but ultimately there's got to be like an anchor. Somebody provides the anchor. Don't laugh at Dagon Corbett. That was a great movie. I just watched it again last year. It holds up perfectly. It's fantastically cheesy. It really does hold up. And if you don't believe that, I'd love to hear your take on that. But anyway, the anchor is, when I'm providing feedback and sort of like saying, hey, you know, like, can we guide this in here? It's really just, it's from a point of view of what's the shit that I thought was cool growing up, and when I reflect back on it, I'm like, this is cool. Like a lot of that is just that's where it's coming from. Like what invokes nostalgia in me, because I'm using myself as a barometer. And then as the team's grown, we can kind of see, are there commonalities? Is it just me? What's the team thinking, etc.? But it can't be ultra eclectic. Oh, you just hadn't heard a reference by anyone? Yeah, it's weirdly, I'm shocked at how many people have not seen Dagon. It is a good flick, man. Like really good. And so that's where there's that push, but then there's also an acknowledgement, and I think we've talked about, I've mentioned this before to you, like the game does not look exactly like how I pictured it when we started the project. And I think that's because, well, I know that's because we've been passing things through a filter using your art style and your tastes, and it comes out the other side a bit different, even if it is a very, very common thing or very similar to other things, if we look like orc or whatever, right? And so there will be times where if we're doing something like a minotaur and you're like, well, but what if the minotaur had 4 arms or 8 eyes or whatever, where the pushback will just be like, yeah, but what if we just had a minotaur, right? Like, and that may not seem fun, but I still think that by the time it gets in game, whatever little details are added onto it or whatever, once it's modeled, once it's painted in our style, it's going to feel like our style. And I think we've got enough of a style emerging that people can look at it and go, oh, that's Monsters and Memories.
So
and go ahead.
There's something here that it's and I think this is what I don't want you to think that I'm trying to just add creativity for the sake of creativity, or do my own thing for the sake of doing my own thing,
well, for the first one, just interrupt. The first one would be pretty condescending, right? Like, I don't think anything you do is just random. I think you've got a vision. It's just about aligning our visions. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so like for example, when I have like an opinion on something and I go, oh, like I really have a strong opinion on like any said mob, right? Could be the gnolls, could be orcs, could be whatever, right? Ultimately the pass through is you on, and and how you see things, and how maybe Ollie and Nick see things when they call out, but they don't they don't call out nearly as much as you, because I think you're kind of you're the anchor, right? You're the thing that keeps us like from doing some wild shit. And like when I do wild stuff, that wild stuff is, and when I push boundaries, right? Those boundaries are in the context of what I feel is like this classic archetype. It's a sort of thing where I'll have to throw that against you, or and you go, I'm not feeling it, I don't get it, or something, and it's like, okay, so what don't we get? And then we go through our creative process and figure out, oh, that's why it was the personality on the lizard. We actually needed more intelligence, and that's what ended up doing the thing. And it's like, okay, so we're having differences, but I think those differences are just honestly because we're two different people. Like it's just Zukin and I have a lot of like creative differences, and it's just because we're two different people, right? And that's just going to be the case for almost everything. So aligning us on like what makes sure that this is the anchor is good. When I was saying, like, for example, your 80-20 point of, well, let's have 80% of our anchor and 20% of our of our own creative, like infecting the rest of it. Well, I'm not even, when I said I don't think that's like right, or I said it was a fallacy, is because I'm not even sure that that's the right percentage, and I don't think like I'm not even thinking that the 80-20 should be a like a 70-30. Like a part of me is even thinking like maybe it's a 90-10, where 90% of it is our very classic thing, but like I still think that we need to provide, and I think, I'm not sure if you ended up agreeing on this or not, just because it was through text and wasn't sure if you were responding to this, but like when we provide novelty, right, like I want to have moments where players go, and they see our thing or whatever's in game, or a zone in game, and they feel it in their stomach and they're like, what is this? and it sort of hits like a novelty thing that you just haven't seen before. And it's not to be creative for the sake of being creative. It's like, hey, we have like a little bit of an obligation to bring people on an adventure that that has some surprises here and there. And I think back
Absolutely.
to like Gygax, and I think back to Lovecraft, and I think back to like Alien, and the way that that the Alien was made, like those designs came from like it came from an artist that is truly wanting to like hit a feeling, and it came out on paper, not hit an already like established design and then make sure that it reads as that design. And maybe as we attempt to do that 10% of the time, right? Or something along those lines. But like, I think of the fucking, I don't know if you've seen right now, the thing that's coming to mind is the ohms from Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Have you seen that by any chance?
I think you've shown me the references before. You've shown
Here,
me.
I'll pull it up on stream. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. They have this like character, or this creature that's like essentially like a king insect, and it's in the deep, and it sometimes comes out, and it kind of looks like this, and it kind of looks like this, and it has like these shells, and it's like this giant slug that's like impenetrable, and has materials that, and it's just so fucking cool. And it was built it was built or designed with like this thesis in mind that it represented something in Miyazaki's head. And he was like, okay, so we need this creature to represent, like the world that was, or whatever it is that they do, like basing their visual design almost metaphorically. And I want to do a little bit of that, at least a little bit of that in Monsters and Memories, so that when people go like oh, that's a cool creature design, and they go, oh shit, that's from Monsters and Memories, or like that's its own original sort of thing that feels archetypal, with of course the grounding of, let's say, even 90% of the design.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we do that on character and environment side, right? But it's about establishing the context so that you can spot the new, right? And really the juxtaposition of something that feels like so familiar, but again, in our style. I think there's a lot to be said about doing the generic in a non-generic way, right? That forms an interesting foundation for the novelty that we then use as like an accent point, and really have people really pay attention to that. And even what you're saying there, like looking at Miyazaki's design on that, if you're saying that he's wanting it to sort of invoke the old world, well, if that was the rationale for it, then it kind of makes sense, because he used a trilobite essentially as a basis, right? Like that's, you look at that thing and you immediately think fossil, you think forever ago, the first life, right? And so it's using kind of like it's pinging something that is in our consciousness in the appropriate context. So I mean, and but that's kind of what I was saying too. Like, I know you're just getting a little spicy, but then the challenge is, like, I don't think people realize like what a reactionary hothead I am, because I'm always like, people just know me from stream, and it's just like, hi guys, I'm walking around in our game again. You know, it's like super chill. But I mean, I have a broken hand and lost a finger for a reason, guys. If you haven't participated in my streams, if you're uh, you know, just Goblin viewers, then that probably doesn't help you much. But I am someone that has had to really learn to like take a breath. Okay, what does he mean by this, right? So when someone's like, when you're kind of like poking, I'm like, really? You're saying if we should look at the full character lineup? And I was like, what? Full character lineup? But that includes player characters, which I feel like have had, you know, like have had such a I want to say this in a way where it doesn't sound, because I hate, I'll say it the way that I don't want to say it, and then I'll explain why I didn't like it. Like,
Okay.
there's been such an allowance for your sort of fingerprints on those designs and for you to really like champion and get those designs in. And I don't like saying it that way because it almost sounds like it's like condescending or something. Like, you were allowed to do this, Goblin, right? Like, no, we benefit from it, right? But it's one of those things where I think there is, we've kind of looked at, because you're mentioning like Zukin's got a different style and take on things from you. You know, I can speak for myself, and Ali and Nick and I are always like constantly communicating. We look at stuff and we're like, okay, is this a bit too modern, or blah blah blah, and like got traditional sensibilities between us and stuff. But we look at stuff and go, yeah, this isn't what we pictured when we first talked, but we like where it's going. And it really does, you know, like your concept style has become very much our style. I think I've articulated this in the past. And so it's one of those, you know, like with great power type scenarios where it's
that's something where I go like honestly, like the when I think of the character lineup, I don't like truly, I don't want this to be like a thing where you guys have the comment, well, Goblin got the deep tours past us, you know, or so. Like, I don't like that. I don't want that. That's not the I don't want.
And
to,
I
like,
think we've given
things
enough
through.
pushback that it's clear that's not the case, right?
Yeah, and so when and that's something, I think I've said this before as well. Where it's like, we have I feel like we have a relationship where you're always going to tell me exactly what things, or as best as you can in artistic terms or non-artistic terms, like what you're thinking. So it's not, we're not doing like a weird dance or anything where you're going, well, I shouldn't tell Goblin this time, because then he'll get an allowance for for this like later, where I can I just say what you need to say about a design, and then, because otherwise you're going to regret it. And I don't want people in the team to go, dude, Goblin has had way too much let's say like impact on
influence
this,
or leeway, or
leeway, influence.
well,
exactly. Like, I don't want that. I don't think that we've necessarily had that, except for maybe the like certain things like goblins, like, because that's just one of those things that I care about. But I think that everybody likes the goblins, so life's a little bit good there. Yeah. And I want to stress this, because it's like, it's important that I think that there is pushback when there needs to be pushback, so I understand when there is pushback, and when not to go too far with certain things, because ultimately every single time that there has been pushback, I go, but I really like this, and I'm hoping in that moment that you go, maybe there is something to it, but if you don't, then I have to change it. And then we go and we find something, and 9 times out of 10 I think it's better, and everybody thinks it's better, just because it has gone through the iteration of people that care of people that are invested into this, that want to see it turn out, that are acting as anchor points, or like all this stuff. And that's what makes all this so much better, I think, than just like fucking Goblin's portfolio, or something along those lines, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting balance to what we do as well, right? Because we're in a
Live in a society
industry, doing something creative. Like invariably there's compromise, especially I think in a team where you were looking to retain passion. I've seen no compromise situations in the past in game development where like there's a creative director or some other member of leadership who is uncompromising, and it quickly becomes a job for a lot of the people on the team, right? And that's a situation where it is a job. Now, I'm maybe overly sensitive to what I'm about to say, but it's whatever. It's my approach. I look at the fact that we've got, what is it now, 22 other people, not us, volunteering their time very regularly, despite work obligations and family and other stuff, right? Like people have girlfriends and dogs and, like kids and pizza ovens and all sorts of other shit that could be distracting them. And they're taking the time to manage those things and work on this game and do it in a way that conveys passion. And so there are, as many different opinions on things as there are people on the team. And for some people, they may be like, hey, I'm really into code, and honestly it could be whatever. Like, I don't as long as the art is cool, right? Like, I know people that have no opinion on many topics, right? And conversely, there are people like, hey, as long as the code works, I don't really give a shit about like how you make it happen, right? But there is enough significant overlap and sort of passion as players on the team, because we have a very player-centric team, right? Like our team,
that's true.
our team is very much, it's not just a marketing buzzword or the like, new startup. We're a team of gamers about gaming, and it's like, okay, well, but we have people that are extremely passionate about our subject matter and our style of game, etc. And again, it shows in the fact that you guys are, we're all dedicating our time and lives to this. So when stuff comes up, I'm often, if I'm trying to be the anchor or being the mediator at times, I'm looking at that through the lens of how do we find certain compromises that ensure that we're staying true to our direction while not eating away at people's passion because they're like, hey, none of my ideas make it in, or hey, I've got no influence, or hey, I strongly disagree with stuff. On the flip side, I'm also always willing to have the conversation with, on any member of the team, of like, if somebody hits a point where they're like, I thought we were making game X and this is game Y. Well, that can happen. And at that point, I'd be like, yeah, well, like, then we're at a point where, and it's the same thing that when it comes up in like Discord or in the community or something, and people are like, yeah, well, but I disagree with this strongly. Okay, well, I don't mean this in a negative way at all, but then you should probably follow a different project, right? Like if you're like, you guys are doing this, I just strongly disagree, and I will always disagree. I'm like, okay, well, I guess that frees up some of your time then, because why are you here?
And then you have to ask that person, or they have to ask themselves how much they really care about that exact thing. Like, will it be the mounts that ruin the game for you? you know, or whatever, you know, thing that ruined the game. Okay, well, you know, if it's like a 10% thing, or if it's like a 50% thing, like what makes it not worth your time, what makes it not worth your, you know, and they have to figure that out, you know, for themselves. Because I found this, you know, pretty hilarious, where, you know, I myself have been like, the game doesn't look good, I'm out. I will not play it if the animations don't feel good, if the if there's like an armor set or whatever that I can't find that I like I will just stop playing the game, because I'm a very aesthetic person. That's just how I'm built. And so I find it, you know, that sort of thing where you go, well, we got to figure out how with those things. It's like it's going to be the way that it is. And yeah, if you don't like this part, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should find a different project to follow, or maybe the project that you want just doesn't quite exist. You know, but I mean, that's never going to be the case where someone likes every single aspect of a game. I mean, it might be, but it's pretty rare.
Yeah.
Also, I just came across one of the coolest color combos that I need to start implementing into this. See this this right here? How it goes from this red to this gray, this greenish bluish gray. I've seen that before, and I forget where. But
It's in your cobalt illustration. If you're thinking of stuff that you've done, the 3P with the cobalts. This reminds me of.
I'm thinking of like there's like some classic fantasy painting that does something like this, and I think it's just because it's using a classic fantasy color palette with warms and cools. But yeah, I need to put a little bit more of that in. People are going to be very happy. And here's the benefit of doing what I did before. Is you can just, if you've done all the work and you've done your painting off of like off of these groups, you can just select the group, and you don't have to like paint in and be particular and all that stuff. Anyway, sorry, just some painting stuff, unrelated.
We'll say
It can be
the
difficult.
lizard in the background. The dude in the background gives me Brontosaurus vibes.
Oh, dude in the background is just he'll get his time in the sun, where I actually pay attention to make the exact shapes that need to be made. In says, it also can be difficult to convert a passion/hobby into a job. It's a big learning curve for me personally, having to look at stuff people ask you to do as not as your own personal projects. Yeah, and luckily I have like my own personal project that, you know, I'm able to, if one day, you know, something happens in Eminem and I go, I'm not getting my way. You know, I take a breather, go work on Witherhome. It's all my stuff, so I don't have to worry about, you know, about trying to hit a target that is like through communication, you know, and I can just sort of work on something, and that's good. Having that sort of thing is quite nice. Not saying that working with Monsters and Memories team is isn't perfect. It is perfect.
It's absolutely perfect. No frustrations.
The amount of pushback is
Always very agreeable.
yeah. There, recently
Never
I've been
smart ass feedback.
recently I've been like maybe a little bit. Actually, you know what? Way too much. But I've been coming across these little aspects of the game, and I go, I need to be heard about this, and I just say the thing, you know. And it's not that I need to be heard about. I don't actually say that in my head, but there's a part of me that goes, okay, there's this thing, I should probably bring this up, or I'm never gonna be happy with myself for not bringing it up. And I think it's happened a lot in the last, I don't know, week, and I feel like I'm just being annoying at this point. Oh man.
How should we deal with that?
Smack me on the wrist? I don't know. No. Leave it alone. Fine.
Smack you on the wrist?
Honestly, I don't know. Maybe just ignore me and it'll figure itself out.
Yeah, no, I mean, ignoring's never fun. Ignoring's, oh man, I'd rather say something reactively and have to apologize than to ignore. I feel like ignore is worse. Even it's like, yeah, you're not even worth being pissed at, right? Like that doesn't make sense. Right. It's like
just for an example for the stream and to lighten it up a little bit. Recently, I brought up death shrouds again. And
yeah, I forgot about that shit. What? My Friday was going so good. Oh my god! Now did that ever get resolved? Shit, I gotta add that to the list of topics that are lingering. Okay, go ahead.
Oh man, so there was a big back and forth on death shrouds because I was watching Sean's stream and I just realized that he wipes and he had to run through the whole city naked in his undies and he's streaking. And then I just sort of thought to myself, I was like, man, like how acclimated to this have we gotten, you know, where it's just like a normal thing to, is it kind of like the nudist beach, you know, where you're just like okay with people running around in their underwear now. And so I had to say something. I was like, where'd the death shroud go? And it turns out there was a conversation in 2022 December, and I was doing my vacation or whatever, and the team had just gotten rid of death shrouds, and I didn't know why, and I didn't care why, because obviously I didn't see it as a problem for over a year, right? And so I brought it up as a thing, and then we had a whole conversation about, okay, well, how do we do this? You know, like, just because Goblin's saying it's, you know, it's unacceptable, you know, do we have to change it now? What the fuck's going on? And so there's a big conversation about whether or not we should do something, how much resources we should pool into it, when we should pool into it, all that sort of thing. If we should even pool, like, is it okay? And anyway, so just one topic can just, like, you can just, holy crap, there's a whole lot to go into. And then if you start talking about solutions, we're talking about, like, solutions that people didn't even ask for. I just feel like it's such a fucking asshole.
Yeah, well, I'm just like, why are we talking about this? It's the worst. I'm just gonna be honest. It's not the most productive way of responding. But there's so many times where I'm like, why are we talking about this right now? We got all this other shit to deal with. Like, what? Really? This is the thread. And I'll come back like an hour later, like still going. I'm like, come on, guys, come on, right? But again, it's part of that, but people are engaged, they're passionate. There's a, so you got to find that line of like, all right, guys, let's cut this out, or let's shelve this topic for later. But on that topic, man, like,
Do you want to know?
you weren't the only person pushing for death shrouds originally. Like, Ollie was down, I was down because I was like, why are people we don't want people running around naked. But weren't you the person to push for them being in their underwear in the first place?
No, that was a technical
My doorbell's ringing. Hold on 1 second. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Oh god, this conversation's so fucking fun. So, one of the things that I have to watch out for here with this painting. Whoa, hold on. Stop Goblin rating with a party of 10.
Snob Goblin has begun their raid upon us. Prepare, chat, for the incoming horde of all 10 of them.
Hey guys.
That's my girl.
It scared you into becoming a first-time chatter. So guys, let me talk to you guys about what the heck's happening. So you have a little context for the conversation that is about to happen. So I'm working on art. I have a pretty good idea of what I like and what and I'm talking with Sean, and Sean is essentially big boss man of the Monsters and Memories, right? And he just went to go get something at the doorbell, but we were just having a conversation about death shrouds and death shrouds in games, and wanting to, or more specifically, me bringing up random things, it seems like, about the aesthetics that I don't like and all that. And it's like, oh crap, within a team, why are we bringing this up? Like, and it's such a, because it was like an old feature that we had. So just so you know, Death Shroud is a cloak that goes over you, that spawns on you. It gives you an item when you die. And so when you run back to your corpse, you're not running back naked. Right, and so I brought up this thing as like a sort of like I didn't like the idea of people running back naked through town. I thought it was a little goofy, and we a lot of people on the team also were for death shrouds, and now it's like, are we for death shrouds and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, so the conversation was essentially that, and now it's like Sean and I are talking back and forth about this specific thing, and about bringing up annoying things or things that are, that are passion related for a project like this. So yeah, like a pale robe or something.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Oh no, I was.
But yeah, you were saying it was a technical thing, which I thought it was a technical thing based on how we had designed character outfits or something. But that was a thing that you were a part of.
Yeah. So the technical thing for us being naked was that thought there was some conversation about guards, if you were naked, like guards would be like KOS, or they'd bonk you and you'd teleport to jail or something. And then if you were naked, if you were in your underwear, and that's where the death shroud was like sort of a thing to keep you not naked for when you died, and all that stuff. So there was a little bit of that, but I thought it was the underwear itself was a technical decision, so that when we have other things like on that don't show as much like skin or that show more skin, we have a skin to fall back on. That was my understanding of it.
Yeah, that's what I thought there was something like that, and I actually meant yesterday. My day was so smashed with other things. I meant to like follow up on that thread, be like, was there a technical reason for this? Which I thought it was because different outfits needed to work with the exposed skin. That said, yeah, right. So, and I'm trying to think of a good example. It's like, so if I'm in my, if I've got my ogre and I'm wearing my, breastplate halter top or something, then it shows my wonderful belly. But then the I guess the question I had was, how many of the designs were
utilizing
like, how much of a necessity? Yeah, like how much of a necessity is it? And if we were to do sort of just base clothing, right, like sort of your newbie clothing in that old school manner, do they actually conflict? Because at first my reaction to what you said was like, you're like, oh, but people are running back to the dungeon, like literally in their underwear. That's not very adventure feeling. That's not very right. And it's like, my initial reaction was like, what, like whatever. But I was like, well, yeah, but I guess I see the point, right? Because even in a game like EQ, you're not in your underwear running back, unless maybe you're a dark elf female. I forget, but you're still wearing kind of some clothing. They're just like civilian clothing. So
Yeah.
like I get it.
Yeah, there's a good amount of pieces that utilize that in both chest and legs and arms at the moment. And a lot of it, I think, is in, well, some of it is in cloth, and some of it is in leather. Most of it is in leather because we have both Beastmaster and Monk being represented by the leather armor class. So, and that's not to say that you can't wear a shirt underneath those pieces. It's just that some of those pieces are literally just like a leather strap that goes across, or a leather chest, or something that has its arms out or whatever, so you're showing your biceps. And so there is a little bit of that. It's not too much, but I think it's enough that that makes it worthwhile having, especially when we are thinking more in terms of like pushing out forward, like all the possibilities that will be when we come into our class race, our class gear, and even like racial gear, as we go into like trolls. I can imagine a lot of their stuff is going to be like straps and or not straps, but like a bunch of like sewn
troll thongs.
Yeah, troll thongs, pretty much. But yeah, so there is reason. Oh, and if you're asking, was there a solution? There is sort of. So I came up with a couple ideas. Zukin came up with a couple ideas. I was like, okay, well, this makes sense for production wise. And then out of nowhere, Nicodemus and I think First was there and Nick was there. We were talking about it, and Nicodemus said something about, what if like technically, we just made it like an illusion or something. And then I thought, whoa, wait, hold on, what if we just made it an illusion? And so messaged Zukin about it, and I'm not sure how we're like landing on it. It could have been, I think he's on the line at the moment, like for, or sort of for, sort of against. But if we have, because I took a look at the comments that Nick made about having the dress shroud be to like robe like, because our robe was essentially like, the artist never got a hold of the death shroud really. It was a programmer, or not programmer, a designer like put in. And what ended up happening is it looked like a robe, and it meant that all characters that died looked like they were just in a robe. Okay, that's not so good. So I made it a tunic. We can color it something like a little bit like maybe whitish blue / gray, you know, maybe do a little copy so it has a little custom color to it or something. Call it a death tunic and have it as an illusion. And so that means that when you die, you get this illusion that is a death tunic. You can click it off immediately if you want to be in the nude. You can't click it back on because you died and you clicked it off. Who cares? And the idea is that when you put something on, anything on, it disables the illusion. And so it is exclusively for when you have died to when you get back to your piece of gear. And you can choose to toggle it off if you want to streak through the city, but it's also an indicator, as Nick said, you know, being naked is an indicator right now, for that those who are on a corpse run, they're, you know, you see them naked, right? And I'm not sure that's the exact approach that we want to take, naked equals corpse run. So we have this recognizable item, which is this tunic that we're already sort of going to make. I say sort of because it's a variation of one of the robes, and we can lerp it a certain way or use a copy in a certain way that people go, when they see that tunic, they go, oh, that guy's on a corpse run. Maybe I can help him out. Or, hey, that guy's on a corpse run, and I can, you know, make his life worse if you're a goblin and he's a gnome or something. But yeah, that was the pitch, and then, you know, we could have different types of tunics for different races, and we segregate them into like evil and good. You know, like halfling has a nice like cut off tunic or whatever, and then goblins and trolls and ogres have the raggedy one or something. Essentially letting the artists have a pass at this, see how it works, and see if people get acclimated again back to, actually it makes sense for them to have clothes. And if not, then, you know, we can figure that out. It's just that we've been running around naked for a while, and this could be something that we could implement pretty easily. So that was my solution that I talked to Zukin about, and I wasn't sure if he was totally on board or not, but that's where I'm at least.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how the illusion works, right? Because it's an illusion that's adding an appearance item, but it's not changing your appearance entirely. Otherwise, it would be. People are suggesting things in chat.
Hold on. Let's see.
The issue isn't letting people know that you're dead or died. The issue is Goblin felt like, or presented the fact was like, hey, it doesn't seem like is it a big adventure? Are you in a fantasy adventure if you're going back into a dungeon in your underwear?
Yeah, and
Chinny D, Death Shrouds were in Ultima Online.
Yeah, does it feel like an adventure? Does it feel like a world? You know, when, like, cause you know, I'd imagine that the RP server, you know, they might be unhappy with that, being like, well, why do I have to, you know, and why do I have to streak or whatever? And maybe they'd RPA their way out of it, but that's that was my main gripe, was it didn't feel very adventure-y to be stripped of all your clothes and have to streak through the city.
Well, I mean, you know, if we land that we really want to solve this, I think we may find that it's like we may just get Ali to whip up like a special case item, which if we had a special case item and we had a special appearance, you know, like the I think it's relatively new, that new sort of raggedy cloth thing. I think I even put some guys in it. like the shirt that's kind of ripped and stuff,
Yeah.
that like tattered, then we can make a special item that is something like the, essentially it's an item that's put on you but has a special case code where once you loot your corpse it just poofs, right?
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
it's not a pain in your ass when you're, I think one of you suggested that, right? And so if we land that we do want to solve this, and I think we could do something like that. I think one of the other bits of feedback in that thread was like, well, oh, actually, it was related to something else. I think it was if we did go the newbie clothing route, though, kind of more the halfling, because halflings aren't in their underwear; they're in jeans, right? So we were already kind of doing it. But then if you get tattered, your starter item looks better than your upgrade.
Yeah, that's what Nick was bringing up. He was like, why am I getting less clothes? Like, why am I getting less coverage? And it looks worse, and all that, which is fair. I think the death tunic might be. I want to see if other people feel, because that's the thing. Like me saying this, like I feel pretty strongly about it, and a part of the battle I feel like it's a little bit of a battle is like, I'm sort of thinking about the resources, right? The resources that needs to go into this versus how much people actually care about it, versus like how much I care about it, and so it's like this sort of thing of like, oh man, is nobody going to care about it and it's just going to go away, and that's just one of the realities that might happen, where it's like, actually nobody cares, and we're going to be naked. It's like, oh crap.
Well,
but
I mean, that's
the
same math I was doing, right?
Yeah.
Like something like this comes up, and again, this is why I became a producer instead of staying as a designer and going from lead to like creative director or whatever, because in my experience, like creative directors are also often like, I don't care about the logistical impact, I've got this thought, right?
The logistical impact is big, and I don't want to fuck things up, so part of me is like, I'm trying to find little solutions that hopefully don't cost as much, or mean that we make a bunch of different other stuff or whatever.
I mean, the problem is, though, you have a point, right? Which is a problem sometimes. When you're like, hey, what about this thing? And I'm like, what? No, don't bring that up. Why are you talking about this right now? Oh my God, what the? And then you explain it. I'm like, yeah, he's got a point, though. Okay, but is the point big enough that it's like worth
is the point big enough?
Right? Because I don't disagree. Like, it is kind of weird that I've been on a high adventure into the depths of a dungeon, and I've been killed. And now, through magic of the universe, I am now not in the dungeon, and all my corpse and all my shit's there. But now I need to go get my shit off my corpse. And I'm in my underwear. And I'm not going to stop to put on a, pants or whatever, despite the fact that there's probably, I don't know. It's probably cold. I'm probably chilly. Dungeons are probably chilly, but I'm like,
not
screw
a lot
it.
of protection, and there's a lot of
not
dangerous stuff in between you and your corpse, and
it's gross. There's slime, right? And I'm going to get that on me. Like, all of these things, but I'm like, screw it. I'm just going to charge ahead. And, which has got to be, I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. Maybe it's kind of like the monsters in the dungeon see it as like when the berserkers or the Vikings were charging, or like Celts. Well, honestly, there are a lot of groups of people that like to fight naked, apparently. Right? So it's like, can you imagine you're some poor monster, and all of a sudden there's just this group of people that you just killed come charging at you again, just kind of in their undies, like, there's some intimidation factor there, but I get the fantasy part that you're mentioning. Like, I was like, that's a fair point. We just don't think about it, right? Suspension of disbelief. So if we do want to fix it, what's it going to take?
I'm kind of thinking that it would be like if you want a streak, like I want that to be a player choice, not something that they're like forced into, like an embarrassing, or a funny, like a silly thing, especially if you all wiped and you all had the same save point, or like a spawn point, and now you're just like running through the city, and you're like, oh, there goes 5 naked dwarves. That's a normal thing that happens every single day.
I think this is a Garden of Eden moment, though, right? Like, if we just don't eat of the fruit, do we really even think about the fact that we're naked? This kind of makes you the snake?
Fuck. Kind of. I don't know. Kind of on point. Tracks. Fuck. But yeah, that's I think, okay, so the solution that maybe it is an item, but also if it is an illusion, and there is like a very specific thing that we put in for the illusion to work the way that we want, because that was also one of the major reasons, at least back then, why people took it out, was because it was an item. It was an item that didn't auto delete, and you had to fucking shuffle through your shit and like delete your death shroud when you finally got there. And now you don't want more than one death shroud.
Well,
like,
you
like all
mentioned
those things.
it being a shirt instead, which would be slightly less annoying. I think
Yeah.
it just needs to be a special case item. The moment you loot a thing into your chest slot, your shroud poops.
Yep. And maybe we even have like a little mud description. Your shroud has faded away, or whatever, and you go, oh shit. Oh, I don't have that anymore, I guess.
Your shroud of shame has faded.
Yeah. And then there's also the art side of it, where the reason I chose tunic is because I wanted it to be like just enough to not be nude, and I couldn't and you also don't want to associate with like caster, and you also don't want to associate with like any specific, so I thought tunic was probably the, like, you look at the most generic like all what is it called, like all encompassing like hero of all time, the elf Link in the Legend of Zelda. What does he wear? Wears a tunic. He uses a bow, he swings a sword, and he's also a bard, because he uses the ocarina. And like I think Zukin made a really good point. Like goblins look totally fine naked running through. Like it kind of fits them, but gnomes and humans looks a little different. What if the person doesn't replace the chest slot just to keep the illusion? Would it make sense for the illusion to go away when they gain enough experience to cover what they lost? I guess if they don't equip it, then they really like the appearance, and then they're gonna lose out on the stats.
I mean, if we're doing special case code, I mean, it could just poof on corpse loot. But again, you could edge case that again and go, what if it's the corpse that has no items on it? So I mean.
So anyway, that was one of the very funny things that I brought up with the rest of the team, that I'm pretty sure everybody went, God, just shut up. Just shut up.
I don't know if it was that bad. I think it was just like, oh. Again, if there was no validity to it, it would have been a quick conversation. But apparently there was, and thus we needed to, and still need to, talk about it.
I think you're right on the horse, the big horse thing. Looking at WoW, they did not scale that shit up. It's just how much we want to scale, and if that's going to like affect something somehow, some way, like having too big of mount or too tall of mount or whatever, and then trying to figure out what our edge cases are so we don't go over it and that sort of thing. Because too big of mounts like that, I can see that becoming a problem really quick. And that's a whole other one of those conversations.
And that for me, that one really was like I mean, there are a couple things going on at once, which is again logistics, right? Are we starting to already veer into special mounts when we don't even have the first one in yet? That's scary. And then it's like, oh, can we even like have we tried this yet? Let's think through it, because it's
Yep.
then it's aesthetics. Okay, let's work it out. And then there's the other problem, which is, all right, if a ogre riding on top of something that looks like it could carry an ogre makes it too big, then we've got a different problem. So
yeah, and there's the that's the one thing that I'm mostly worried about. Now that because honestly I didn't think of the solution. It's obvious, make the mount bigger, right? And we got to try that out before we do all these other things. But that was the one thing that I was just like I didn't even think of, was just make the mount bigger. Why not?
well,
Makes sense.
having come from a horse game, like I feel like the full range of horse sizes is underrepresented a lot of times, right? And I love the giant Clydesdales, and they just like it's a reminder that this beast is so versatile. And yeah, we'd probably have to scale it up a bit, fantastically, but still.
On an itemization level, would we have giant horse, or small horse or whatever? So like you'd buy one. Let's say you purchase your mount, or you got your mount for however you got your mount, right? And if you are a gnome, you want to get the small mounts or the medium mounts, or even I don't know. Does it matter if a gnome is riding a large mount? Probably not.
I think we will run into some problems making it look good. So the idea of making them unique, right? So we've got Pony versus Clydesdale versus whatever, like Frisian. And though they're out of order, I guess it'd be like Pony, Frisian, Clydesdale. In terms of height progression, if we make them unique, but then also say like, all right, you're a gnome, you can't buy the middle and large, just because, or you can buy it, you can't use it.
Yeah, you can't mount that thing. You kidding me?
Yeah. And the interesting thing is we could do both. So, and this will probably sound lame, and if we try it, it might even look lame. But imagine for horses, we have Pony, and if they're unique creatures too, then we can do one of the things I learned at Star Stable was just how many little tweaks you can do to like the mane and the face and all this stuff to kind of give them a little variance and flavor. Right, because like with the Clydesdale, we could have the tufts of hair on the back of the the hooves and all that stuff. That's
Holy
funny.
shit! Whoa! I haven't saved. Deep elf.
Yes,
Mount.
somebody paid for that earlier. That you should save.
Fuck.
Is it Corbin?
Jesus, thank you for whoever tried to remind me
Dragon
to
did.
save.
God damn. So like we could get the unique horse variations in there, and then just make sure that the right size people or characters are using the right horses. Just kind of through item, or yeah, it'd be analogous to like item race restrictions.
Yeah, that's.
But then if we
'cause
wanted to
then-
be silly and we put a donkey in, and we're like, everybody can ride the donkey because it just happens to, right? Like on a human
Yeah.
on a donkey looks about right. A gnome on a donkey is silly because the donkey's bigger than the gnome. Or maybe we have a little donkey and a medium donkey, but then we really think it'll be fun and silly for the ogre to ride on, big ass ogre sitting on a normal sized donkey. Then I guess we could pull it off, right? And see if
Yeah.
it works. That way we're not also making like giant donkeys, or to the point that Chinny D was making about like scaling the kodos and stuff.
Yeah, and if we go that route, then to be honest, on my side, it means that it's like goblins have like let's say they have spider mounts, available to them for the most part, and then but ogres don't have spider mounts because the spiders, they're not that fucking big, except for this one place where you can get a giant spider mount, and it's fucking awesome for ogres and trolls, where it totally fits. And now we have this giant, maybe the ogres have to trek over to the troll area to get and do like a rep grind or something to get access to a giant spider or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking of like things that sort of don't make sense, That's something that we might be able to limit, and go, okay, we'll make a thing here, and we'll adjust the size or whatever, and whether that be just by scaling it up in game, or doing something like a blender thing where, hey, actually we need to make sure that this looks good, and doesn't look like because you can see my trepidation when it comes to this with the way that WoW has handled mounts, right? I'm not crazy. Am I crazy?
Those are two separate questions.
Hey, chill out, man. What the hell?
No, I mean I get it. And I think stylistically we'll find our boundaries, and we're not looking to make it look silly, unless we're like really thinking, hey, it would be fun to make this particular thing look silly.
Let's see. I'm gonna find some of the hilarious examples that I brought up, just so the chat knows what I'm talking about. Let's see. I think it's this one. Yeah, here it is. So I copy URL. You guys know. So this is the sort of thing that I go, okay, well, what the fuck? I just this looks, and I'm imagining like our ogre, and the horse is like, what the fuck? What is this thing on me? What? Why? But if we scale up and we have different models or whatever for, and we have race like restrictions for certain things, we might be able to go, okay, this makes sense for a Clydesdale type horse that's an Ogresdale type horse to easily handle a fucking an ogre. Was it Corvid? They implemented that for the wrong goddamn race. They implemented that for Worgen. I know that Tauren was originally gonna have like a bull rush or whatever, and then they were gonna limit like how far left or right that you could like so you could like change direction or whatever. So you're essentially like a bull that was a race car. But they implemented that mount run thing with Worgen. Worgen get on all fours and run like the wind. I think it's actually called running wind. Maybe I'm forgetting it or misremembering it. Also, I just want to thank you for just hopping on, out of the blue to talk about.
Oh, I was gonna apologize. I was like, sorry, I didn't mean to monopolize your time on stream.
This is
thanks for having me.
I think honestly, looking at chat, it would have been just sort of chill, relaxing, whatever. But I think I've been quite enjoying this talk, so. And I think chat has too as well. So. Oh, it's time.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, I'm working in the background. It's kind of cool. It's easier to work on your stream than it is on mine because I'm able to just listen to you and not pay as much attention.
But, well, hold on. Dragon, wait, what? Redeemed a custom doodle of Goblina. Okay, perfect. That was your chance to have text-to-speech. What is it? What do you want? What do you want? I need to save this, and I'm going to try and get this. I think I can get this done by the end of the month. Goblina on one of Sean's Swedish hobby horse. Okay.
You mean the horse head on a stick?
Wait, is that a hobby horse?
Yeah. You haven't seen the competitions?
Okay, hold on.
No, you got to look up videos. It's young. It's girls through like 20-year-old women in Scandinavia doing horse dressage and jumping competitions, but with a stick horse.
Swedish
hobby horse.
Hobby horse.
They take it seriously. It's a sport.
Holy shit. No way.
It's a wild country.
No fucking way. That first shot really sells it.
Yeah, it's the
Jesus.
Scandinavians, man. And it's okay when it's young, like when it's these young girls. I'm like, that's cool, man. Like, we would run around and sword fight in the woods with sticks and like beat the hell out of each other. So it's I can see that. But when it's like young women taking it seriously, I get a little worried.
Hold on, they're doing like.
They're jumping. You didn't even show the jumping.
Yeah. They're doing fucking high jump, the scissor kick with a hobby horse, and they have to gallop on the way up.
How did she pull that off?
That's fucking
the athleticism, wild. Because she even had to keep the horse out of the way, right? Like,
yep. Huh. That is right.
Watch this. That is incredible.
Jesus. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did. I worked on a horse MMO. I worked with many young women who we actually had these in the office, especially once we moved to our big new studio. They'd go zooming through there on their hobby horses, some of them.
Okay, so hold on, it's a hobby horse, not a hobby horse, right?
Yep, hobby.
Okay, I've been calling it hobby horse this entire time. Now, jeez.
Okay, you're foreign.
I have to draw this now, and I have to figure out how Goblina's gonna sincerely be on a hobby horse.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck.
I bet you Erkin staff would animate it if we asked him to put hobby horses in the game. He's Swedish. He understands.
Oh god. Dude, once Monsters and Memories is out and done all that I can for it, and we're a success and everything, I swear I truly do. I think I want to fucking make a few more games, and then I'm gonna do a fucking Goblin comic. That's just how I'm gonna end the rest of my life. Just little Goblin illustrations.
Yeah, well, I mean, the idea with the company is that if we do well, then we will encourage people who are passionate about new projects within the company to do the same thing we did. So rather than risk the company, right? Because when I worked at Sony Online, we were making, millions each month off of EverQuest, but the company became a 500-person company, like 7 studios, and most of the other projects didn't really either come out or turn a profit. So instead of investing a bunch of cash into new games to try to make a game as big as we currently are, we're going to go, hey, if you're interested in a new project, start streaming on your own time, build an audience. If it looks like there's a viable audience and project there, you can build your team in the same way. Are other people on the team passionate about it? Or can you find people that are passionate and want to join the team? Again, more out of passion than anything. And then if it looks like it's getting traction, then we cover the necessary ramp up expenses in a reasonable way so that we're not incurring a lot of risk. And so it'd be like, and that could be anything though, right? So I would say, when you say, make a few more games, I think it'd be, now we'll look and see, is it always just online games, blah, blah, blah. But I think, we're an online company. It's in their DNA. Anyway, but you don't have to. You could also, if we do really well, you could take your money and go do whatever the heck you want.
There's a couple of okay, so I know we haven't really talked about Witherhome that much, but some of the things that Monsters and Memories is doing, especially with in context, which is like, it's like, here's this game that, like, we are truly filling a niche, we're filling a niche that the market has just, not filled. And a lot of things that, because, I have, everybody has dream games that they'd eventually want to make or whatever. Every single one of those projects that I was like, oh, I should do this or whatever, is essentially filling a niche that just, for whatever reason, like, nobody has approached yet or whatever. So there's like in the example of Witherhome, it's like, turns out, and I would not have thought this, but there is no Phasmophobia like, or Resident Evil like, or Silent Hill like third person horror game where you play with 4 friends. There's lots of first person, and they're super jank, and they use a bunch of Unity assets, and they go for a realistic style, but there's no third person version of that. That's all PvE, like they just don't exist. And so our goal with that game is to actually like hit that niche and fill a gap in in the market of something that, okay, well, we need to do it right. It needs to feel good. It has to be, third person. We have this style that is supporting the gameplay and everything, and all the things that I've wanted to do has been essentially that. Essentially just filling in where I go, why the hell isn't there like a co-op, like Final Fantasy 1, right, where it's like turn-based and there's like two, the sprites and your characters on one side and monsters on the other.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's one game that does that, and I think it's, or there's a couple games that sort of try to do that, but not in the same effect. But that is multiplayer. Like that just doesn't. There's no multiplayer co-op Final Fantasy 1 type game. You cannot find that experience. And to me, that's just like, is really kidding me?
Really? Yeah, because that does seem like an oversight.
Yeah, it does. It does seem like an oversight. Actually, hold on. There might be one game, and it was really, really old, and my girlfriend used to play it, and it got shut down, and now they have servers that are private servers that are up and run by some Chinese guys, and I told her, do not install that. Do not install whatever that is on your computer. I think it. Wonderland Online. And even then, it doesn't hit the aesthetic that Final Fantasy is, but it does prompt you to throw, like, you party up with a bunch of people and you get thrown into like a Final Fantasy-esque like battle together, and it's turn-based, and you can use your team or whatever to team of other players and so you control your own character, and I think some other characters. I don't know. I never played it. But yeah, it does seem like a fucking oversight, doesn't it?
Yeah. Seems odd.
Has eyelashes. All horses have eyelashes.
Yeah, but no joke on the pet thing, on the mount thing, on the horse thing. I think the more we can make the player and the mount have a relationship beyond it just being this thing that you use, like that bonding, right? Like, so as you're saying, as you're iterating on the lizard mount, like that, the angle of the head and the design that you land on with the face and stuff, like it looks smart. It looks like it's it's got a bit of pride. It's an intelligent creature. So it's that sort of, what is it, Lone Ranger and Silver, right? Like Gandalf and Shadowfax. It's that feeling of, because I mean, horses, if you watch people and their horses are smart, man, and they've got personality and stuff. I think if we get a little bit of that sort of acknowledgement as well, like that, that lizard kind of, before they move out, the deep elf's like, all right, let's go, whatever the horse's name is, and the horse, not the horse, the lizard's name, and the lizard kind of looks back and acknowledges them and then moves forward, right? Like, you know, having an idle animation where the mount every once in a while kind of looks at you a little bit, you know, depending on as much as they can, right? Based on animation and biomechanics and stuff. The ability to sort of pet the mount, right? A pet animation where you're petting your mount, that kind of thing. I think that's great because then you're out and about and the mount's not super fast, but some of the things that come at you are, and all of a sudden you get attacked, and now you're very much in a, you know, you're in a Atreyu sort of situation, and your mount's getting attacked, and you're getting attacked, and then your mount gets killed, and now you got a mount corpse, and you just sort of make it out of the encounter by the skin of your teeth, and now you got to get your mount rezzed because you can't drag it because it's too heavy. Oh, so good.
I love that, and I love it for a very specific reason, because I know so many people that'd be like, what the fuck? Why are there so many inconveniences?
Yeah. Then there'll be other people that'll be like, these bastards killed my horse. Yeah, wagon system is, we are wanting to get it in. We'll see if it looks right, if it works, but it's on our list. Necromancer comes by and can resurrect your horse for a temporary period was one of the solutions that somebody had mentioned, right? Like your mount gets a res, but it only lasts for X number of minutes before it dies again. So you can like book it towards town. So we'll see what the inconvenience is. Kind of hoping there's a scene in the movie Private Parts with Howard Stern where they're like, they're talking about his ratings are through the roof, and they're like, you know, X percentage of people log in or listen every day because they like him, and then an even higher number of people listen every day because they piss him off, or because he pisses them off.
Pisses them off, yeah. That's I honest to God think that's, we should play a little bit more into that eventually once we reveal more about like the races in our game. I know World of Warcraft is very one-sided, but and I don't want that, but there was definitely like they played the players off of each other through investing into like a lot of that faction war. And I'm not saying one faction war, but you can bet that, and this already happens in our community, like how many people are like I don't know, clowning on gnomes, or like
yeah,
you know,
for sure,
having little insults for stunties, you know, things like that, and leading into that, I totally want to do that.
And I think with the characterization of the races, it helps. It's not as like factional, right? Like it's not alliance versus horde, but we're gonna have people that really dislike certain races, just dislike them, or really, you know, gravitate towards them, and blah blah blah. I mean,
yeah,
some of it's how far we push the boundaries on how we characterize some of them, and as people start to learn more about their story and their motivations, I'm hoping that people are like, oh, really? They're into that? Ooh. I mean, speaking of, on your 3P illustration that you have there, I don't know that it would work, but I kept picturing it based on some of the source material, like where that deep elf is sitting on the lizard, and they're on the cliff sort of edge there. there's space behind them. Whereas, like, imagine you've got like a halfling and a human on their knees with their wrists bound in front of them with the ropes going to the back of the lizard. Right? It's
Oh,
like
right here or something? Oh man, that would be sick.
deep elves. The
Yo,
deep elves are
actually,
out with their
that is
catch.
insane. I love that so much. I'm gonna have some
Yeah, like
fucking halfling and gnome slaves right now. I'm gonna add those right into
Yeah.
the fucking captives.
just roped up. And then people are like, ooh, okay.
Oh, who are those
There's
guys?
first. I know he's been lurking.
A playable
James is
race.
thinking of it.
That's fucking sick, actually.
Humans. What? Humans? Yeah, that's humans and halflings, humans and no. But I think human will help with the scale.
Yeah. But
Humans are kind of big relative.
right here, like this deep elf, you know, or sorry, yeah, this deep elf, you know, you're like, oh my god, who's this? You know, this rider on this, you know, giant lizard. This is cool as hell. And then, you know, they have slaves. Obviously, you know, it's a human, it's a halfling. And you go, who would hurt a halfling? Jesus Christ, who's that monster? And then it's like, it's a playable race. By the way, that's a deep elf up there, and you're like, whoa, I can be that. That's how much the tension is between the two. Like, yeah. Is that something that we'd want to eventually put onto the website about our races, our relationships between?
Yeah,
Maybe
we'll be
just
expanding
highlight
those.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cleanup and work to do on the race descriptions. I was just talking to Hamad, excuse me, like Monday. I think I was talking to Hamad like Monday about the fact that, you know, we've got to get in and clean up because the descriptions that are up there are basically mainly pulled from the worldview work that we did, and kind of pulled that out and made it a little more coherent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chaos Flux, yeah. Go ahead. If you were gonna address Chaos Flux.
I just typed it in, so I don't talk too much. But yeah, absolutely, KOS.
Yeah, assembly. Okay. So I think I'm gonna actually end up ending my stream now. It is 4:30 in the morning. Holy crap! I didn't.
Oh wow.
Didn't expect that.
Yeah, it's 12:30 p.m. here. It's time for breakfast, lunch, and a dog walk. But had a lot of fun hanging out.
Yeah, man. I don't, personally, like, I don't know how you feel about it, because, well, it might be something that you're more into, just because there's less pressure to actually, like, stream and do the thing. You know, you can just be part of the conversation. I've noticed that the last stream, when you had Nick and Ali on and you were doing the play test, and Zukin was there too, and I forget who else. Was John there? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think
but
so.
The conversation and fun and the flow was like, it was nice to watch from my side, you know, and I'm sure everybody else was also like totally happy with it. So I would like to maybe for my streams bring in more people just to have conversations with here and there, so that, you know, other people that don't necessarily stream can still have a little bit of a, like, people, a voice to them, I guess, or and just see some perspectives of the other teams or other team members, that sort of thing. I like
super
it.
Cool.
And it's I'm sure that on your side, like, you're able to actually work, right, and not play the streamer,
Yeah.
So I'm sure that helps or it's nice on your side a little bit too.
Yeah, like I said, I've just been sitting here doing population work in the background, and it's neat because it's not like anybody sees my screen, and I don't feel obligated to respond to everything and all that stuff. So.
And we got through some fun conversations too. It's not like it was just us talking about, I don't know, the latest cool movie.
It's true. Very productive.
Jonathan Taylor from the YouTube chat says, add saliva. Yes, there will definitely be saliva, and it will probably be poisonous, or at least bacterial, because that would be cool. That's why they got their snout on them, is because they got their little, what is it called? That's with an M. What is it called? Muzzle? Yeah, that's why they got their muzzle. So that they don't fucking accidentally bite their owners. Alright, okay.
But yeah. See you, dude. Thanks for letting me hop in. This was fun. Fun way to spend the morning. And cool.
Alright, catch you later, Sean, and I'm gonna do my exit strategy.
Bye.
On chat. Okay. So, muzzle? Am I saying that right? Yeah, muzzle. It's the thing that goes over a dog's mouth. Okay. Let's take a look at who is streaming right now. You know what? Apperfin is playing a little bit of World of Warcraft. He's playing a priest tank, and someone mentioned him in the stream, in the Discord today. So or was it yesterday? And I followed him, and I don't know why I followed him. Birdie is the non-muzzle smell setup. Okay. So we're gonna raid Capperfin. Yep. Yeah. That's why I was mentioning the bacterial instead of poison, because when I first saw that cool ass documentary on Komodo dragons, it was like, dude, I feel bad for that ox or whatever. It wasn't an ox, maybe it was a boar. I don't remember, but like, just walking behind it for like a day or two until it just couldn't move because it just, oh man, it's wild. Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about this. We're gonna raid Capperfin right now. Thank you for joining. I hope you all have a great day, great night, wherever you are. And if you haven't already, oh god, there's so little time left. Please go share this link with someone that you know. All right. See ya.